Hello and welcome to day 2 of the first Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. My name is DK and with me, of course, we have the ever lovely Span Cargo. How are you doing today?
I am great. How about yourself, DK?
Absolutely fantastic. So excited to get into the Super Weekend and to see what these teams are going to get up to. We've seen some phenomenal plays throughout the qualifiers already, and as well as yesterday, some pretty interesting results that we had coming in from that. So yeah, I have to say I'm quite excited to get into this, get this party underway, and just see what these teams are going to be bringing in the second day of the Super Weekend. Now, of course, I can ask you exactly the same. What are you kind of hoping for on our second day?
I mean, I like what's happened already so far the past day. I mean, we ended up seeing some teams going ahead and jump to the top of the leaderboard, even though they came in kind of at the bottom point of the qualifying round. So I kind of want to see more of that. I want to see who else can go on ahead and kind of change our expectations already.
Yeah, well, definitely looking forward to, just to see how much of a change we'll be seeing in those expectations. So yesterday we had a really strong performance coming in, especially from the side of the Falcons. They were just coming out of nowhere. And as you mentioned, we saw a few teams coming into the qualifiers, not necessarily qualifying in a strong position, but they just came out of the woodworks in the games yesterday and of course managed to work themselves up into really, really strong positions and strong points as well to get into the Super Weekend.
They really did. I mean, Falcons is one of them. I mean, they went on ahead and they qualified in 11th place with 58 points, and now we're going to go on ahead and take a look at that in a moment, but now they're currently in first place with 83 points, and that's huge for them. I mean, going on ahead, qualifying, I mean, it just goes to show, like, even the weekdays are going to be completely different from our super weekends.
Yeah. But it's good to see that change up coming in, So we've got teams really stepping up to the foreground, especially on the qualifiers, putting in a really strong performance. And we've got a few other teams that are performing, but, nothing miraculous just yet. But then come into Super Weekend and they just let loose on the rest of the teams and just bringing in really amazing gameplay. Especially yesterday, we saw quite a few crazy nades, a few crazy splays coming in. But of course, speaking about the insanity, we are also going to be moving into our overall standings just to get a better idea of where the teams are at the current moment. And of course, you can see the Falcons finishing off day 1 with 2 chicken dinners with a grand total of 83 points and 34 kills to go alongside that. In second place, we see the players there from Alpha Legends managing to bring in that 1 chicken dinner, currently also then sitting on a grand total of 78 total points and of course 32 kill points.
Yeah, it looks like those two teams so far have been very consistent, honestly, going on ahead and grabbing those placement points and kill points. Everybody's kind of close in that department. But of course, Falcon Esports, I already went on ahead and mentioned, qualified in 11th, now in first. They ended up winning 2 out of the 5 games on the first day yesterday, DK.
Yeah, that is just crazy to think of. But of course, talking about a strong finish, we had the players from NASR. They ended off the qualifiers in pole position, coming in on 120 points after our 2 days of qualifiers. Now, after the first day in the Super Weekend, we see them sitting in third place, 61 points. It's quite an interesting change up. So we're going to be looking to see what the teams will be able to do in our 5 games that we've got lined up for today. But of course, as we move on over to that second half of our overall standings, we see the players there from iKURD, of course, currently sitting up in 9th position on 28 points. But then we have the players from Arab GSG as well as the players from Zombies, both teams sitting on 25 points. So it's interesting to see the players, especially from Zombies, sitting in 11th place rather after the first day, as they were showing quite a bit of potential, especially in the qualifyings.
Yeah, they ended up coming in very, very high. And honestly, we ended up seeing a lot of awesome plays from them yesterday as well, but they still only managed to go and grab 21 kill points. So, like we already mentioned, it would be interesting to see what teams are going to go on ahead and change our expectations in today's games as well.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit to be seeing what these players are going to be doing. So, yeah, I'm really excited to get in, expecting quite a bit of insanity in our games. And man, If out of, is there any particular team that you are wanting to be keeping an eye on? Is there any team that has caught your attention that you would like to, hope to see them maybe end off strong in the Super Weekend?
Honestly, that is a great question. I mean, I might have to go on ahead and choose Zombies, honestly, because there's an awesome play from yesterday's game that I watched where one of them ended up 1v3ing around a house, and it was insane. I was like, wow, that guy, he's cracked. I mean, that's it. But I mean, also to keep an eye on is Falcons, because as we already know, they went ahead and they're currently in first place right now, and we could see their stats from all the matches so far. Look at their average, look at their damage totals and their time amount and everything. 1965 damage just on Erangel.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to think of, them performing like that, especially on Erangel, but also it's not really that much of a surprise. As we know, Erangel is pretty much the home ground for most of the teams. It's a map that gets played fairly often, and it really shows exactly just how these teams are performing. If we look at that, of course, you can see there, as you mentioned, the 1965 damage, and of course they come in with strong kills as well. Miramar, Sanhok also looking strong, but really, almost calling it a bit of a domination play that we see, especially on that Erangel match. So, of course, up for today, we're going to be running into 2 Erangel maps, 2 Miramar maps, with Sanhok sandwiched right in the middle of all those games. So it's going to be interesting to see once again, once the teams get out on the field, they start playing, they start making their way around, just exactly how that is going to be going. And of course, there is a bit of a story starting to build around the players from Falcon and just how they've been able to perform. But of course, also, as we saw on the overall standings, the players from Alpha Legends, they are hard on their heels. They're still in the running. So there is that potential for the players from Alpha Legends to potentially come in, bring in those additional points, and just, make it that extra little bit difficult for them. But now, we're of course also looking at the stats here, the comparison between our Super Weekend and how they performed on the weekdays. Just to give you a bit of that idea of why Falcons are currently in the position that we see them in. So of course the column on the left there, I assume, is our Super Weekend, and the one on the right then, being the one for the weekdays. So quite a bit of a change. It could possibly be the other way around. My Arabic is not exactly on point, I have to say. Still working on that, still freshening up, touching up on that. But just looking at the comparison that we were seeing on that graph, it's not that much, not that big difference. But hopefully they'll be able to build on those standings as they go through today's games.
I do not disagree. And also, I mean, we have to point out their MVP player as well. I mean, Never Alone, he's the MVP player of Falcons. He got 1651 damage, averaging 392 damage per game, 14 kills in total, and around 4 knocks each game. I mean, that's insane. I mean, total 492 for everything so far. I mean, 25 kills. And Never Alone, he's insane. 4292 damage, 25 kills. Definitely a lot for their games, because as of right now, Falcons, they're currently in first place, as we already know, with how many kill points? They have 34 kill points, and Never Alone has 25 of them himself.
And that's insanity. And of course, now we've got a few of the previews showing why Never Alone is our current MVP. Sorry, mixed up the letters. But he is the MVP as the VMP, the very much person. So here you can see, of course, Never Alone. Some of the highlights throughout the games that we've been seeing coming in, and why the performance is. This, of course, being the highlights throughout all the days, not just yesterday.
It is, and wow, I mean, just amazing gameplay, as we already know. I mean, of course, it's a team game, and everybody is going to be able to go ahead and support each other, and that's how Falcons is doing well so far. But then even having that one person that can go on ahead and frag out for them, that's absolutely insane. And Never Alone, as of right now, is Falcons fragger, so.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned, we were talking about the team that we see sitting in second place. That is the Alpha Legends. So, speaking of that, here we have a little bit of a stat now coming in once again. Their comparison, Super Weekend compared to the weekdays. So on the Alpha Legends side, we really see an increase in those stats, really an increase in the performance. So far, it is looking like we could be in for a very interesting day. As you can see, of course, we've got the times, they're surviving for longer. They're bringing in more damage. They're bringing in more kills. Bringing in more knockdowns alongside that as well. So we're also going to be jumping into a bit of those previews just to see what we could potentially be expecting to see in today's games.
Yeah, we already mentioned they ended up qualifying in 10th place and now in second with 78 points. I mean, that absolutely means they were ready yesterday. All 5 of these games, they had a mission. We can even see here, wow, what a nice knock coming through with all of their plays so far as they're playing on all of these maps.
Oh, some laser hit there from Chaos. I mean, this is just phenomenal stuff to be watching. Just seeing how these players are acting, the gun skill that's coming out, the map awareness. It is just some absolutely phenomenal gameplay. And of course, this is the highlights from just the past few days. So quite a bit of play that we've been seeing, and we're seeing that progressive increase in just the way the teams are performing overall. So I'm super excited to see what today is going to bring with these teams. But of course, there's another team that we have to talk about. The players currently sitting in 3rd place on the overall leaderboard. And that, of course, is the players from NASR. As mentioned before, they finished off in the qualifiers right there at the pole position on 120 points. But of course, now we can also see the comparison between their Super Weekend performance as well as their weekdays performance. So once again, we see that increase in performance. We see a longer survival time, higher damage, higher averages. So once again, this is just building and building up into what could be an absolutely phenomenal day today.
I'm honestly interested to see if they're going to go on ahead and be able to pull off first place once again, because they were in first place, as you mentioned, with 128 points. That was super ahead of the team in second place, and that kind of made me wonder, Minister, if they're just going to come into the Super Weekend and completely dominate. And as of right now, I mean, that's not true. Of course, we've had less games so far, but 61 points as of right now. It's still half the points with one less game so far from all of the players. I want to see if they're going to be able to go on ahead and retake that first place position, continue to be dominant compared to the weekday.
Well, we definitely know that they do have the potential. I mean, just looking at this, at the gameplay that we saw coming in from them, and of course that beautiful nade that we just saw, that came in from Tuesday when we were watching, because I remember that play. I remember those nades coming in. So quite excited to see what is going to happen, how these teams are going to perform throughout today's games, and just what it is that they're going to be doing. Because as we saw on our overall standings, we had the Falcons sitting on 83 points. The players from Alpha sitting on 78, and then of course NASR on 61. So they're pretty close when it comes to the points. But of course, as mentioned, we're going to go through our matches. We have Erangel first up, then we're heading in towards Miramar, back in towards Sanhok, of course returning in towards Miramar, and finishing off the day once again on Erangel. So a really interesting lineup that we're going to be having here. And of course, this is where the teams can start working on that consistency, start bringing in those performances that we've seen from them in past matches. And of course, also start bringing in those chicken dinners. And of course, speaking of the chicken dinners, the players are also getting rewarded on the Super Weekend for their performances. I mean, for every chicken dinner that they get in the Super Weekend, I believe that is $965 that they earn right there.
It is, and that's absolutely insane. I mean, we were kind of questioning the last time we casted on Tuesday if we were going to see any change in gameplay due to that. And I mean, we already are seeing, as we already mentioned, these two teams coming in like really close towards the bottom, qualifying now currently at the top and winning a lot of chickens. There might be a difference in gameplay, and I'm really interested to see that for ourselves now that we're here and casting our day 2.
So I've got a question for you, right? We've watched Erangel several times before. Right. What is your expectance of the flight path? Where are you expecting to see the flight path in this one? Because we haven't gone there yet. So I want to hear what you say before we transition into that part.
You know, I'm not sure. I'd be happy to see anything, I think. Now that it's official Super Weekend, you know, I'm just like, okay, it's not qualifiers. I don't feel like I want it to be like an easy plane path or easy zone, you know what I mean? Like maybe we can start challenging them with something a little bit more difficult. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'm also just in general looking forward to seeing all these players play out all 5 games. Because, you know, in qualifiers, we just had to keep rotating groups and they only got to play 4 games in total. But now on the Super Weekend, all these teams, 16 teams, play all 5 games, and I'm interested to see how that impacts them and how they play. But how about you, DK? What is your expectations and wishes?
I mean, it's Erangel, all right? So Erangel, I've got my favorite spot there, which is of course chopsticks, chopsticks, and a southern zone. That is it. That is the zone I pray for every day when I wake up. I'm like, please, can I have a chopstick zone today on broadcast? That is what I hope for if I know it's going to be an Erangel map. You know, Miramar, I wouldn't say that I've got a particular preference there just yet, but definitely Erangel, I mean, chopsticks, southern zone. And the reason for that is just the way the teams approach that those zones. If it isn't chopsticks, it is just absolutely insane. So much insanity coming in from that. But of course, when that zone shifts down to the south, we have those bridges in play. We've got the bridge camping, the players getting caught on Sanhok Island, potentially even in the, you know, the military base itself. So I really like the gameplay that we have there. But of course, as we've been going through the qualifiers, especially on Tuesday, when we no, it wasn't on Tuesday. It was on yeah, it was Tuesday. I got my days mixed up. But on Tuesday, we saw some really interesting zones, especially up in the northern reaches of the Erangel map, right? So if the zone heads north, I'll be okay with that. But I mean, if I had a choice and I could choose a zone for the players, it would also obviously be either chopsticks or down in the south.
We just want to see something different is basically the bottom line. You know what I mean? It's like we like seeing those nice circles, especially for quals. We like seeing the usual ones. But as time goes on, we want to see like every extent of how all these teams and players decide to play different circles. And that personally always interests me. You know, I really like the macro coming into PUBG specifically. So
but it's definitely interesting because, you know, we've seen these teams over the past few games. They've got their drop locations that they like to go to, the locations they like to frequent, where they feel most confident when getting themselves set up for the game, for the coming phases. So I'm interested to see what that flight path is going to bring, how it's going to change up what the teams will need to do to get in. But of course, you know, we're getting ready to jump straight into the game itself.
yeah, we're going to know shortly. Yep, and it does look like we're actually going to have a pretty neutral plane path starting all the way down on Military Island and ending up by Severny. Honestly, this zone could go to the few locations that we already went on ahead and mentioned that we wanted to go, either down to the south where we're not used to, maybe going off to the side around those bridges, or, I mean, maybe not chopsticks, but, you know, I ended up trying to go on ahead and predict some stuff last Tuesday, and the zone decided that I was going to be wrong almost every time. So honestly, we'll have to just wait and see for me personally.
Yeah, that's just where we say welcome to PUBG Mobile. And of course, you know, we've got a very decent spread coming out with the teams. The zone is heading over towards that western side, so potentially we could maybe see chopsticks coming into play. I'm pretty excited about this, but of course, not a super extreme shift over towards that western side, but it is, however, you know, in play. There is that potential, and we see quite a nice concentration of players all now spread out throughout that pretty central portion of the zone itself.
Wow. Now that is a big shift. That means all these teams that are now dropping over towards the eastern side, they're going to have to be making a huge rotation. But since the plane path was so vertical, basically any way that they try to make rotation far up to the north, far down to the south, it doesn't matter because there's teams that are going to be there cutting off like a huge wall. So they're going to have to figure out how to go ahead and traverse this terrain around all these teams that are potentially blocking their way in. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a battle getting into the zone that decided to shift all the way to the western side. And I'm honestly for it. I'm excited to see what's going to go ahead and happen.
It is going to be pretty spicy, but you know what they say, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And of course, that is exactly what we expect to see in our first match of day 2 here. Is expecting these teams to switch themselves up into that gamer mode, into that OP mode, and just give us that absolute beast performance. So already looking at where we see these teams, we have a fair drop, a fair jump coming in from the teams. A nice bit of a spread. We didn't see any teams particularly hot dropping just yet, but of course that can still change up as soon as these teams and players start rotating around, start moving into positions, trying to improve their current position that they find themselves in the zone.
Yeah, like we mentioned, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to figure out these rotations. It does look like they decided to be spread out, which is always nice to see. I mean, early fights, they can obviously go on ahead and take you out almost immediately after the game, and that's not going to get you any kill points or placement points, so that is not an ideal location to be. So I like to see when people go on ahead and spread out, and that obviously means they're going to have a little bit more of a spicy middle and end game with more teams inside of the circle. So we're just going to go on ahead and jump around to everybody who's actually looming on up in these locations. Looks like we have a Team Novo, a Team Millie Base, potentially. It'll be interesting to see. Do we think that both these teams are going to try and use the bridge on the western side, or are they going to try and split it? But I don't think so. I think Novo would want to use the bridge on the west, because on the east is obviously a lot more teams. So I wonder if there's going to be some bridge camping.
Well, there's definitely the potential for that, you know, as we've seen numerous times. But what I think could also be interesting is to see whether or not they're going to, like you mentioned, you know, rotate up over the western bridge, the eastern bridge, and potentially just go for a bit of a swim. You know, try get in those rotations to get across over on towards the mainland. You know, there's so many ways to get off of that island. So, yeah, I'm keen to see which approach they take to get exactly that accomplished. But of course now, you know, we've got so many teams all just spread out throughout the region. I mean, even the players here from a real Tiger 9, if they were able to maybe position themselves closer to the bridge, you know, in anticipation for teams rotating off of the Millie Base, that could be a really good position to start it off with. But of course, you know, they don't really have any way of knowing. I would assume the players suspect something along those lines, seeing that, you know, the way in which we had our flight path coming in from the south, heading up to the north. So there is definitely that potential for players to assume that. But of course, now we'll find out soon enough whether or not teams actually get those bridge camps set up.
You know, I'm really looking forward to it. Like I said, I want to see if those bridge camps are going to come into play. But I mean, I feel like in a position like this, and you see the zone shift, and you know that the majority of the teams are over on the eastern side, you'd kind of want to go ahead and leave a tiny bit earlier than usual. You want to go and get rid of any possibility of people rotating in front of you while you're trying to cross the bridge. And it already looks like SCYTES, they figured it out. They don't want that to happen, so they're already starting to cross the bridge, stopping halfway through to go ahead, scope in, make sure nobody is holding them out. What they don't know is that they are home free, but I'm sure that they'll leave shortly. Oh, and we can see that there's other teams already making their rotations inside the zone as well. Real Tiger 9 now switching out some vehicles. It looks like they might be able to go and have prio on this new zone to grab something really good inside of here.
Yeah, but they also still in the vicinity of that western bridge. But of course, you know, as we just scouted out that bridge on behalf of the site, you know, we know the bridge is open. We know it is safe passage for the time being. But that, of course, only is if they react now and they get their butts across. But, of course, it also depends on what kind of play they are going for in this first initial phase. Are they going to go for the aggressive phase? Are they going to go for an aggressive push? Are they going to go for a more of a safe rotation? You know, it's that strategy that they're coming into this match that we, of course, now waiting to see what it is that they're going to be doing and how, in fact, they're going to be applying those rotations.
That's very true. Ooh, I mean, even taking a look at this map right here, actually, you can see that there are so many teams in this really small area. This is what was expected now that everybody is trying to come from the same direction, everybody trying to just move along together. So far, haven't run into each other just yet, but also Real Tiger 9, it looks like they were up on top of this hill for a while now, and they're trying to scope in, scout out some buildings, and Loyal already made it in front of them. So that's not a place that they're going to want to go ahead and play out of, but it could be a location that they could go and get a few knocks.
But I'm liking that sneak approach coming in there from them. You know, they're not pushing up too aggressively, just moving into position, just observing, seeing what's happening before making a call on whether or not it is going to be worth it for them to try and pounce on the players there from Loyal. But of course, this is what you would expect from a team named Tiger. You know, you would expect that stealth mode approach. You know, I was expecting them to move in, get a lay of the land, and then assess it and decide from that point on. But now, of course, we move over in towards our Georgia Ball crates, where we see the players from Falcon and the team from YaLLa. And here we go, Bandara. We're not really seeing any of his teammates in the vicinity just yet. But he is, however, jumping at that opportunity to put a few shots into the side there of Falcon. Unfortunately, not finding any of the hits just yet.
No, but you know, just a few warning shots, make sure nobody goes to their homes. They don't want to get in that early fight. So just a few warning shots really just to push them off. If they were to go on ahead and hit and get a knock, then that's the bonus. But definitely protecting some territory is the first main goal. And it also looks like, well done, the zone actually going to pull up towards the northwestern side as well. It's centering around Everest now. That's going to be interesting now in the later game. I wonder how many teams are going to try and play up there or push up there. And I wonder if it's going to end up there, because we already know that playing up on Everest is very interesting when it comes to sight lines and how many fights you can get involved in.
I can tell you one thing, though. This zone is going to be absolutely jam-packed. I mean, we still have all 16 teams alive. 64 players in the game. Nobody wants to be the first team to get sent back first. So everybody is going to try their absolute best to stay alive as long as possible. That is just kind of standard procedure when it comes to PUBG. We see a few interesting vehicle maneuvers happening there on the side of NASR. But now, if we look towards Everest, you can see the players from Falcon already taking up position right atop of it. But also then we see the players from RICO Infinity. They're starting to move in over towards that eastern side of Everest. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to try and push up a little bit further on towards Everest, or are they going to settle for that eastern position?
Yeah, this is, I mean, there's two teams that can play up on top of Everest. It's then who's going to go and push what side that usually starts the fight, and then there's usually a third party of some sort. So, I mean, Falcon and RICO, they can go ahead and play on this western and eastern side separated. But as you can see there, it looks like Falcon also left a member down in the compound directly to the south of Everest on that western side. So maybe at least holding on to a little bit of a compound for some sort of backup decision, you know, if they decide that they don't want to share the top of Everest with somebody else.
Yeah, they just want to make 100% sure that they can gather as much information as they can. But of course, now we see the players here from iKURD. They've also now moved in over towards the eastern side, taking occupation of this compound. We've got RICO just up on the hill. Really good positioning there. So I'm interested to see whether or not we're going to have a bit of an exchange coming in as, oh, yes, that is 100% yes. As we see a nice exchange now coming in between RICO Infinity and the players there from iKURD. But of course, so many more teams are starting to move in. We see the players there from HOTLINE also positioned down in towards Gatka. So there's a lot of potential for some really crazy fights to break out, especially if the zone keeps to this region.
Oh, definitely. I love Everest fights. You usually see a lot of chaotic things. And I mean, there's so many dips around Everest as well that so many teams can actually play in. So Everest is really a location where a ton of teams can go on ahead and stack up. And I honestly like that Falcons are doing a little bit of a split up on top of the mountain and down in the compound below. Because I mean, I guess that definitely means that they're not going to commit to any fights up on top of Everest, but it's at least a little bit of a hold so nobody else can go up above them. And at least they have some card cover down below. But all these other teams, I'm actually surprised to see RICO driving away. Oh, this is why they're in a fight. I was gonna say, I don't think RICO is gonna leave anytime soon to take a fight, but they're actually leaving anyway because Alpha Legends end up taking out the majority of their team there.
Oh, that is just a beautiful push coming in there from the side of Alpha. But now, of course, RICO Infinity trying to find a better position up on Everest. They are going to be bumping into the side of Falcon. But as we look through the rest of the zone, and that zone now,
Wow.
moving up in towards the north. This is what we've wanted. Everest stays in the zone. So this is where things are going to get absolutely crazy. You've got so many teams still positioned throughout the zone. And they all need to now try and move up, find a spot up in the north. We're going to see the North George, the South George, and of course the Georgiable crates bringing in those fights. But I mean, iKURD, they're not even waiting for that. They're already starting the engagement right there into the side of Ra'ad. Oh, crashing into the side of the tree. Not getting able to really focus that spray onto the side of Alpha, but they find the one. Wow, one down, a few more to go. But just look at these rotations coming in. Absolutely mayhem just erupting on the edge of that bridge.
I mean, whenever there's a hard shift, everybody grabs their vehicles and they start driving. I mean, that made Alpha Legends go on ahead and grab this compound, which is honestly one of the best spots inside of this zone. The next one would be the crates directly to their western side. And I mean, I actually like where Rahad's spot is as well, trying to play on that little beach area. They just need to be careful for anybody coming in on the northern side. But yeah, absolute chaos. This is what always happens whenever there's a hard shift, and everybody that's way outside the zone, they just have to send it. They have to try and get a spot inside the zone, because otherwise they're going to be fighting for it anyway. So why not try and get there first?
Ooh, I mean, so many teams trying to get there first. Quite a bit of damage, of course, being put into the side there of iKURD. We see the players here from SUDOR now getting ready to potentially either push up aggressively on towards them, or just trying to move their vehicles into a little bit of safety. But those shots now coming through as well. The AWAM finding its way on through, getting a beautiful knock as we saw there in the kill feed. But of course, SUDORs, they are still focused on the team from iKURD. They're just up ahead of them. Behind them, it looks fairly safe. It looks fairly clear. But of course, they don't know that just yet. So they kind of have to make that gamble. They're going to have to make that decision whether or not they're going to try and push in, or potentially just hold the angle for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, wait, do they turn on the vehicle sim music? Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a location that is playable. Definitely not ideal, but at least they can hold for now. They're kind of this is a temporary spot for this next zone shift, is what's definitely is happening here. And I mean, it's working out so far, because everyone around them, like, seeing the kill feed, a bunch of people are getting knocked. They're kind of just waiting, hoping, seeing if anybody else is going to be taken out, so that maybe they can go and take advantage of it. It does look like people are, in fact, trying to send it into South Georgia Pool. Now 2 teams now getting some knocks. It's Loyal. Now they're actually making a rotation up to the north.
Yeah, they're trying to squeeze around over in towards Georgia Pool. Maybe try that rotation on the far side. It's going to be interesting, because we don't see anyone else positioned up in there and in the zone. Oh, what? Man, they probably want to kick themselves now for rotating all the way around, because now they need to come all the way back. They've just spent all that effort rotating up in towards North George. But now, it's going to be such a tricky rotation all the way back in. But this zone is now just getting absolutely contested. So many players all just positioned throughout. And just looking at this Georgia Ball crates, we've got 3 teams positioned in there, as well as 2 teams now just positioned towards that southwestern side. That, of course, being the players there from SCYTES and GUNZ, as they also trying to find an angle in towards the container yard.
I mean, this shift is honestly one of the worst shifts for a lot of teams, in that there isn't a lot of places to hide in. Because, you know, crates, there's so many areas that so many teams can just hide and cram themselves into, but this new zone shift, it's completely out in the open. There's only a few areas the teams could really play, so of course everybody now on the edge. Nice knocks coming in through for RT9 there, but I mean, it's here. Everybody's going to start getting in the fight. There's probably going to be crashes later as well. So seeing the zone shift, I'm not surprised that YaLLa, and I mean, I'm not surprised that they committed to this fight.
And as you can see, this is just getting hotter and hotter. So many more teams trying to move in from this western side. Everybody, in fact, trying to squeeze on in. You see the players there from Loyal, who's taken that rotation all the way up to the north. Now on their way back towards the zone. They need to try and cross that bridge. just up ahead of them, but of course the fights are still just erupting. You can see YaLLa now turning their attention over towards Real Tiger, who's taking a few shots right into their heels as they jump out of the vehicle, trying to find a little bit of safety in that little compound. But things are looking pretty tough in and around these crates. Oh, YaLLa moving in, finding a quick shot into the side there of Volt. Fortunately, as we saw, of course, the rest of the team there from Real Tiger has taken that rotation off to the far side. But now we see the players here from GSG trying to defend this bridge. Loyal taking quite a bit of damage as they now are caught on a slight bad rotation. Oh, not the best place to go, but either way, they're going to try as they now move up, coming right into the line of sight there. Raad, of course, now just opening fire. Falcons also jumping at the opportunity to put a few additional shots, gain those extra points. And Loyal, biting off the wrong side of the stick there, as you can see. The knocks, the casualties just finding their way on through now.
Yeah, this absolute chaos. I mean, this is exactly what Rod needs to be doing. They've had this position and they needed to protect it. They needed to make sure that nobody would be rotating in on the northern side. So far, doing really well. Wow, he actually spotting the people in the water as well. I mean, there's just so many teams now coming in on the northern side. I don't think there's going to be more than 2 teams that go ahead and come out of this. This is an interesting water fight as well. Oh, nice knock actually through the smoke there with that DP as well.
Yeah, we're seeing, just looking at that zone, I mean, Everest, so many teams positioned there. Looking at the northern part of the zone, so many teams also positioned here. So, expecting to see quite a bit of chaos now coming in from both sides, as with the players here from Falcon going at it once again, trying to bring in those additional points. They're trying to secure their position on that leaderboard. And, of course, any and every opportunity they get to find points, to find damage, they're going to jump at that. We see the players from GSG looking a little bit worse for wear, really low on their health bars. Not the particular point where you want to find yourself, but it is kind of where we see them at the moment.
Yeah, but okay, here we go. Some nades now coming in as well. Oh, just not getting Zoro, though. Still trying to hold on for GSG there. But that second one, that second one does too much damage. They're going to be eliminated as well. We have 13 teams left. But of course, this fighting on these rocks on the northern side do not end, even though the zone did kind of shift up closer to them. So whoever wins this and takes that wizard tower just on the northern side of this new zone, it would be in a really good position. And I'm also really like to see that maybe the team inside that wizard tower is trying to get involved.
That, of course, will be the prime real estate in the zone. But now, Falcons getting themselves ready, getting ready to push a little bit forward, trying to find that positioning within the zone. You can see, of course, looking at just over towards the eastern side, it is still heavily contested, heavily congested even. So many players. We got iKURD, we got ITG, so many teams, just scattered throughout the zone. But of course now Everest is heating up exactly as expected. See quite a few hits, coming into the side of sights. The nade comes in, beautiful placement coming in. The zombies now just opening their sights, trying to find the hits into the teams down below. YaLLa feeling the pressure, feeling the hurt as the shots find their way on through. We now, of course, still have 13 teams remaining, and I'm curious to see how these teams are going to try and make their way through this difficult terrain over in towards Everest.
Wow, I mean, they just have to push and fight. I mean, this is chain fighting time. Zombies Esports currently up on top of the hill right now. I think maybe they have a little bit of an advantage, just letting everybody in front of them really do the majority of the damage, do a ton, get involved third party, as we just saw that Break did there to take out RICO Infinity team. And yeah, they have the best position. Here they come now. They've now realized that this is their time to strike. The zone is coming in, and it is time to push. So many teams still directly in front of them, but some really nice knocks on the site so far.
And now, of course, the sites are trying to hold on for dear life as the zombies start to push on in, turning up that aggression, though. Quite a few hits now, getting it sent back and forth between these two teams. Nice, fair exchange, but of course now we're waiting to see whether or not the players there from GUNZ will be able to pick up any of that damage. You can see, of course, the zombies just trying to put down as much cover fire as they can, but the sites sneaking up on them, creeping in. If only they had pushed a little bit further, they would have seen that opening in the side there for them, but of course now this is what it is. Chaotic zone. quite a high pressure. The Falcons now also just getting eliminated. We of course now down to 11 teams, but we're sitting on only 25 players still alive.
I am not surprised. You know, I said that I wanted a more interesting, difficult zone, but they really threw them a hard one here. So all these teams, and this terrain is so hard to play out of. There's only really small ridges. It's only fighting from here on out. There's no really bigger play. You kind of just have to wait to see if you can spot anybody out. And if you hear a fight, you might as well just push it because you're gonna get in a fight with them eventually. So the best option is just third party.
Yeah, and of course also what makes this region so difficult to fight from is there's not really much hard cover to make use of. All the compounds are now out in the blue zone. So this is just bare bones fighting that we're going to be seeing from these teams. Of course, the beautiful few shots that we saw on the side there of GUNZ. But now we still see the zombies applying that pressure, just fishing for the hit markers, fishing for those hits. Down goes Raad as well, getting eliminated and sent back, ready to wait for the Miramar map. But of course, still a few remain. We now waiting to see what our final 10 teams are going to be doing. It is looking like an absolutely jam-packed zone. We don't have anyone in the center zone. Everybody is just spread out on the edge of that zone. And of course, the sites just, lying in wait.
Yeah.
But down goes yet another one. Sites getting eliminated as well.
Yeah, I mean, this zone is honestly nice for everybody coming off of Everest because they can continue to play up there, don't have as much territory to go ahead and move from, and there's a lot more ridges over here. Meanwhile, everybody on the northern side that came from up there by the river and even on the eastern side, they're in a little bit more of a difficult situation. I mean, YaLLa Esports also now going out in 7th. We have 6 teams left. Oh, wow, GUNZ Esports also going out too. Okay, and now with 6 teams left, there we go. There's 2 teams up on the northern side, 1 team over on the eastern side. Oh no, 2 on the eastern side. I have a feeling we might see Alpha Legends really make something happen here, or Zombie Esports, excuse me.
But Alpha, they're taking quite a bit of damage. Of course, these teams are fighting for those points. They're trying to secure their position on that leaderboard. Zombies putting in an absolute relentless effort, as you can see, just fishing for hits, fishing for damage, trying everything they have at their disposal to just rake in those points. But of course, now looking at that zone, we're about to see where the next phase is going to go, and it shifts up back over towards the western side, right up into the hands of the zombies. So this is a really strong positioning for them. The rest of the teams all now need to try and rotate in, try to find a spot to squeeze on up into, as we see the players there from SUDOR also now getting eliminated. We are down to our final 4 teams, that of course being the players from iKURD, that is HOTLINE, that is RTG, as well as the players from the Zombies. But now, HOTLINE sitting on only 1 remaining player. RTG looking strong though, still sitting on a full squad in the 7th phase, but those shots fly in. Beautiful retaliation on towards El Chapo, getting taken out, and of course a quick thirst to follow on through. The Zombies just bringing in those kills. Already 15 kills. What?
Wow, I mean, I already said it. They had a really nice position in this next zone shift, pulling even further towards them. Like, Zombies, they should go ahead and win this, and they can see everything inside the zone. They can spot everyone. Look how much damage they're doing, getting another knock on RTG. That means it's just 1 person left here.
This is a really, really strong showing for the Zombies. I mean, RTG not finding themselves in the best positioning, but the Zombies definitely capitalizing on that. Those hits and those shots just flying on through. Marshall, of course, now being the last remaining hopeful for the team, but he is out in the blue zone. Is he going to sacrifice him to the blue? It seems like that is the case, and down they go. The players there from the Zombies, of course, claiming that chicken dinner. Absolutely insane match. Brutal zone. Well,
you said it. Wow, that was an insane zone, and with those last few zones just going towards Everest, Zombies being able to go on ahead and actually knowing to wait up on top of the mountain and wait for everybody in front of them to take the fight so they could just go on ahead and clean up the next zone shift, giving them that, and they could just go on ahead and hold everybody out. That was an amazing position for them, and I'm interested to see how that goes on ahead and skyrockets them up the leaderboard. Excuse me, there we go. So we'll take a look at that after a short break. I'll see you guys very shortly.
Hello and welcome back. We just saw an absolutely phenomenal start to day 2 of our first Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021. And of course, well, as you know, we have a lovely sponsor that we have to give a shout out to. That, of course, being a Nomo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, the National Cup, Campus Championships in 2021. But let's jump into our standings, our breakdown of the previous match. Of course, you can see the players there from Zombie Esports coming in on 32 points with that chicken dinner, 17 kill points. Wow.
Definitely, wow. Going on ahead, RTG denying that last point, honestly, was a good idea for them, because otherwise we would have seen a total of 33 points. I mean, I can already go ahead and see how that affected the main leaderboard, but 32 points, that is absolutely insane. So Zombie Esports, they definitely, from that high-end position, grabbed a ton of points. The next closest kill points was 7.
I mean, a really tough match there for the teams. But of course, as we move on to the second half of our rankings, we see the players there from GUNZ finishing off rather on a total of 4 points. The same for the players there from the side of YaLLa. But of course, those kill points and placement points being what brings them in, as well as the sides. So 3 teams, of course, then they've tied on 4 points. NASR only coming in with 2 points in this last match. So as we can see now, of course, over on towards our total damage graph, the players there from the Zombies just bringing in an absolutely insane amount of damage. But that is, of course, expected with a kill count of 17.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. They going on up on top of Everest and being able to see everything, like, even just knowing that they were up on top of Everest, I wouldn't have been surprised with a high amount of damage. But then them being able to go ahead and turn that into a ton of kills for themselves, that's huge.
Yeah, definitely quite huge. And man, what a spread that was. We saw a few of the other teams, of course, being able to bring in 7 kills. That, of course, being the players from RTG. But no, yeah, that was RTG finishing on 7 kills. We had the players from iKURD also finishing on 7 kills. And then the second highest count we had below that is, of course, then 5, going towards the players there from Alpha Legends, as well as the players from Ra'ad. So it's really interesting spread to see just how that was. But of course, you know, we have our top players from the previous match as well. So let's see, of course, who we have. So you can see there, Break from Zombies coming in with just a 608 damage. We got Kalaga from iKURD finishing on 703 damage. Then, of course, our MVP there from the qualifying days being Saleh, finishing on 725 damage. But also then Hamco coming in with an absolutely insane amount, 1,076, as well as 8 kills alongside that. So just some brutal numbers, some brutal figures that we see coming out from the side of Zombies.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm so glad, honestly. That was a team that I want to go ahead and keep an eye out. I already mentioned at the way beginning that I wanted to keep an eye on them because of an amazing 1v3. That came on the side of, it was Saleh that did the 1v3 versus another team. So him being on top of that, I'm not surprised. And we can go ahead and take a look at some highlights from that game as well.
Oh, and we've just seen some insane plays coming in through the game here today. Oh.
Yeah, all of this early fighting over here, honestly, I think kind of set up who was going to have a good position later. All this fighting, unfortunately, over in crates, it just ended up being, you know, mutual destruction for each other. Same with the northern side. Everybody, honestly, that made those rotations down to the southern side and were able to protect themselves down there ended up being the ones that were the most successful in terms of placement points and kill points.
But this was an especially tough zone. Just looking at the positioning of the teams, that split that we had a nice big chunk of teams up in the north, a nice big chunk of teams down over on towards Everest. So it was a highly contested side of either piece of the zone. As we can see, the teams, of course, just stepping up, reigning pretty dominant in their respective regions. Of course, the players here from Zombies just perched up on Everest, just raining down on the teams below. And that is, of course, what catapulted them up into that 17-kill game that we saw coming in there from them. But I mean, this final part of where the zone finished up as well. a really, really difficult piece. And this is where we see the skill levels of the players coming to the foreground, because they can't rely on much hard cover anymore. They need to step up and perform to be able to survive this piece of the map.
Oh yeah, gunplay, definitely. I'm actually, what I didn't even realize is that our team that got into second place that last game, RTG, they were actually stuck on the northern side of that bridge over there. So they ended up fighting all the way into the eastern side to get that second place spot. So they were really successful in their fighting over there. And so I'm kind of surprised that they were only able to go and pick up 7 points. Kill points.
We did see a fair amount of damage, of course, being done by the players there from RTG. But I mean, it is just so difficult to compare that against the absolute brutal amount of damage we saw coming in from Zombies. And as you can see in these highlights, that is exactly how they found themselves. But this, to me, was a good play coming in from Marshall. You know,
I agree.
The Zombies already being so aggressive throughout the spread of that final few phases. And yeah, big ups there, of course, you know, to RTG, just to rather, you know, give the kill to the blue zone instead of awarding it to the players there from Zombies, because essentially at the end of the day, it is all about the points.
Well, at this point, the points really do matter. Like, if anybody's upset by point denials, point denials are honestly vital. Like, that 1 point could go on ahead and change the course of qualifying for finals or not qualifying for finals, right? So going ahead and identifying, like, oh, I'm the last person up for my team and there's 4 people still alive and bullets are just ricocheting all around me. I know it's a 1v4. I should just deny this point, because that'll give us a better chance in these later few games to go ahead and qualify.
Yeah, and I mean, and that is where the awareness comes in. You need to be able to make that calls. Like, are you going to try and tempt it and of course give the kill away, award that additional points, or are you going to deny the points, as we saw coming in there from RTG? So I believe sometimes it is where you want to kind of just try and swallow the pride and go like, I gotta do this, you know, just to sacrifice yourself to the blue zone, because as you said, at the end of the day, points, these teams are fighting for those points, and that 1 point really can make quite a bit of a difference. But of course, the players there from Zombies, they got that chicken dinner in now, and that of course means that they won an additional $965 for their performance in that round.
Yeah, no, wow. Just knowing that, you know, I'm interested to see how they went on ahead and decided what they decided. I mean, a big thing that we even got to see in the highlights is they did go on ahead and make a rotation up onto the top of Everest, and then they were just going on ahead and like waiting for a little bit, chilling, hearing all the chaos and the shooting around them, and they're like, okay, now that the zone is moving, we need to go on ahead and get involved, take these fights and take them out.
You know, but of course we're seeing once again a bit of a story that is starting to build. You know, we've got the players from RTG, we've got the players there from iKURD finishing in 2nd and 4th place respectively in the previous match. But now we look at a little bit of a breakdown of the stats that we have on their performances. Of course, you can see the damages that we have at the top. We got the kills over towards the right hand side. Below that, we've got the amount of headshots. Then of course we got the knockdowns, and we got the assist and help that has also been contributed in towards those teams. So it's a really interesting spread as you look at the ratio of headshots to actual confirms that have been able to come from those. So that means the accuracy that we see coming in from these players is just absolutely on point. Because I mean, so many of these kills that they've been able to claim was due to headshots.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised. At this level, honestly, we should be seeing a lot of really good macro and micro gunplay, definitely. So I'm not surprised to go on ahead and see those numbers, honestly.
But also then you need to start, you know, we need to start thinking about, you know, how this will then translate over on towards the Miramar map. You know, that is the next map that we're going to be moving up into. So on Erangel, we saw strong performance coming out from the teams, a brutal shift from zone. Now when we go into Miramar, not as brutal a zone shift that we see there necessarily on average. You know, Erangel, of course, super unpredictable, and that is kind of, you know, the appeal of the Erangel map. But now Miramar, slightly bigger in a sense where you've got a little bit more of a terrain to play with, a lot more valleys, you know, ridge lines to make use of as you find your way around that zone. So I'm really excited to see how the teams are going to try and progress through this one, make their way through, find themselves in those positions where they could really just start, you know, laying waste to any teams that try to potentially rotate in towards their compounds or even just past them.
Yeah, no, I'm excited as well. I want to see how the different terrain and, like you already mentioned, the size of the map are going to come into play now. Because, I mean, we already saw, like, they were able to go on ahead and make those initial rotations on Erangel without running into each other. Miramar now being bigger, but having more difficult terrain, there's different challenges in those sides. So, obviously, they were able to go on ahead and succeed on Erangel in those early games, but will they be able to on Miramar as well? Because, like we already mentioned, bigger, but the terrain definitely rougher to go on ahead and traverse.
So what's interesting is if we look at what we saw in yesterday's Miramar match that we had, right? We had the players from Alpha Legends finishing up in pole position. They finished off with 8 kills, right? We had the players from Falcons finishing in 2nd place. They finished on 6. Then, of course, in 3rd, we had the players there from iKURD. So, in a sense, we're seeing as a kind of a bit of a pattern starting to emerge from how the teams play. But now, that was in yesterday's games. Today, we can't really identify any patterns, anything just yet. So I'm curious to see how it's going to compare to what we saw in yesterday's performances coming in from these teams. Because it was quite interesting, and we had a really strong a few kill points coming in. We had teams finishing on 8, on 7, 6, as well as 5. So I'm curious to see how many teams are going to be bringing in those big numbers.
I'm curious as well, and we're about to find out for Miramar. Let's go on ahead and jump on in there. Already jumping in the plane and are about to go to their drop spots.
Well, yeah, we're about to see what that flight path is gonna be bringing us and exactly just how chaotic the zone is gonna be. It's looking like it's heading up in towards that northwestern reach. Oh no, it's the other way around. Wow. Oh, that's interesting though. I mean, it's coming in from El Pozo and heading straight down to the south there of Puerto, so a very southwesterly flight path.
Yep, it's so far down to the southwest. Honestly, if it doesn't pop down there, if it goes super far, that's going to be hard for a lot of these teams. But same thing, if it does pop down to the southwest where the majority of these teams already are, for those teams that are trying to go a little bit further, it might be hard for them to re-enter the zone already, specifically one of them being Rad going up towards La Cobreria. If this does pop down below them, that could be a hard entrance for them. So we'll just have to wait and see where this first one's going to go. And obviously all these teams are probably hoping, please zone come in a direction towards us.
And we can see, of course, the players there from Loyal already dropping down on that far western side of the zone. So making their way down to the ground very quickly as the zone now comes in and continues onwards in towards the southwestern reaches of the map here. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these teams are going to try and rotate up and exactly where they're going to try and position themselves. Because this region of the map is a pretty challenging region as well to be fighting in, especially if you start moving down in towards those southern reaches.
It definitely is. You can see that how the color of the map actually changes, right? You can see that lighter tan and then that more brown color. That's where really all of the mountains and such are a lot rockier. They're a lot steeper, harder to go on ahead and play out of. So now that the zone has actually decided to go pop down there where half of it is at rougher terrain, that's going to be hard for teams to go on ahead and make a move into. Really, there's no vehicle use that's allowed down there, but there are enough ridges for teams to be able to go and run around quite safely. So we have to keep an eye on that. Oh, and it looks like our first... Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the shots already flying into the side there of HOTLINE. You can see, of course, there the team from RTG starting off with a few trickle shots onto the side. But it's interesting to see just how these teams changed up to accommodate for this flight path. We see quite a few teams actually in the vicinity of Impala and Puerto Pareso.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of teams ended up kind of waiting for the end of plane path. I mean, when a plane path is like this, right, and you can't go to your usual position, you kind of have to go for a little bit of a reaction drop or an alt drop. And it seems like in this case, the majority of people's alt drops or reactions landed them at the end of the plane.
But you know, Span, once again, you know, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And this is potentially what we'll be seeing. All these gamer modes getting engaged by the players as they now start to make their way on through. Of course, over on this far western side, pretty close to Impala, we see the team there from Alpha actually now rotating up, exploring the region a little bit, and trying to move up sneakily, trying to go away undetected.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely identified, like, hey, there's so many teams around us here. Let's just grab vehicles and make a rotation far, far away. I mean, of course, it's going to be a little bit harder for them later on to get into that zone timely, but being able to move away, at least they'll be safe when they loot on up initially, and then they'll just have to leave either late with the blue zone right on their heels, or they could potentially just go ahead and leave maybe with a little bit less loot. But either way, I think leaving the rest of these teams down here alone was a good idea. And then on the other extreme is Rahad. We went ahead and already called out that they went to Cobb. They went to Cabrera, and that is also one of the hardest rotations, I think, into this new zone.
Yeah, essentially in the early game, it is kind of a safe drop to go into, as not a lot of teams really move into this region. So it's a little bit of a safer approach to get yourself looted up. But of course, as you mentioned, you know, the rotation, it's quite a bit of a challenge, especially being 2 kilometers away from that zone. It's quite a distance to try and cover to make it in successfully. But of course, now completely on the opposite end of the map, we've got the players there from Real Tiger 9 making their way through over in Puerto. So I'm curious to see how they are going to try and rotate out of this one and where they're also going to try and rotate up into.
Yeah, it's just a waiting game at this point. This is, of course, looting phase. You see Amity. Oh, okay. It actually scoped on in there. I thought for a second, I was like, oh, he's just paused there, probably looking at his map, potentially seeing how they're going to make this first rotation where they want to end up. But that's really what this phase is for. Get your loot. If you're super far away, just go on ahead and stay there for a bit longer and get all the loot you definitely want, while the teams that are more inside and can grab a nice priority spot inside zone will probably leave a little bit earlier. As you can see, a bunch of teams already grabbing vehicles now.
But in this match especially, I want to be keeping an eye on the players there from GSG, SUDOR, Real Tiger 9, and the players from Loyal, as they are currently positioned at the lower end of that leaderboard. And of course, they are in need of those placement points to try and elevate them, move them up a little bit further to see if they'll be able to get into the running for some strong standings on the overall.
I definitely agree. I want to see some of these teams. I mean, obviously, they can do it. They're here, right? So they can go on ahead and pull out some amazing things. And I want to be able to see everybody be able to showcase themselves and their skills. You know what I mean? I'm kind of the person where I don't really have, you know, I'm not biased, I guess. I don't have a team I'm specifically looking out for and rooting for. I just want to see amazing plays from everybody, honestly.
Yeah, but those are the teams that I want to see, want to see stronger performances coming from, you know?
I agree.
Any additional points that they are able to acquire in the match is going to be more significant for them, as, you know, the increase will definitely help them move up and, you know, improve those standings. But now we see the players here from RICO Infinity positioned down in the south. So I'm expecting to see, as we progress through the phase, more teams starting to rotate in, as we have that blue zone now starting to close on up, and they are kind of forced into the zone. It's not urgent just yet. I mean, first phase, blue zone, it's not that brutal. It's more of a tickle.
Yeah, no, the first 3 phases are tickles, as you just called it. It's really phase 4 where that's the let's get out of here. We want to be inside zone. So I mean, first 3 phases kind of give people a little bit of a buffer in terms of time to figure out their way inside zone. But right after 4th, you cannot stay in blue any longer. You need to be inside the zone.
And that's, of course, also where that map awareness comes in, knowing which positions to rotate into, where your team is strongest. But of course, now we can see the players there from Falcons doing exactly that. They were approaching the church, sensing that there is someone in the church already, rather deciding to go like, maybe not. Maybe this won't be the best position to move into. But now, of course, we see Never Alone stepping up once again, coming in there with his Mini 14, now swapping over towards the M4. So there is a potential for few exchanges to be had between these two teams.
Yep, I mean, definitely good for Omar to be able to go on ahead and disengage right when he heard the vehicles or right when his teammates spotted them out on that rotation. But yeah, now they're in the position, Omar kind of stuck in the middle of a field. Zombies, they're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. They want to be able to spot him out so he can't make it back up to his teammates. So he's going to have to figure out a way to get up there with some smokes, maybe one of the teammates coming to pick him up in a vehicle, and just hopefully make it back. Because they have a good spot inside zone. Both these teams can go on ahead and leave each other alone for a while, but if they know that Omar is stranded out there, they're going to keep an eye on it.
And we of course see a few teams still stranded out in the blue zone. Then of course, being the players from Ra'ad, we got the players from Alpha, we have GSG as well as SUDOR. So all those teams still having to cover all that ground, make it up. But of course, we also see the players there from YaLLa and HOTLINE right there, side by side, cheek by cheek, right up in the north. But both those teams, of course, also need to try and rotate down in towards the zone. One of the teams, however, that doesn't really need to rotate just yet is, of course, the side here of the Loyals and the SCYTES. Oh, but that aggression as they come rushing straight into the compound, finding head after head. The SCYTES now getting taken down to only one player. So this is going to be a really tough game for Ghost. He now needs to decide whether it's going to be best to try and rotate into safety, or is he going to try and hang around and potentially maybe even ambush the players in from Loyal.
It looks like he's definitely leaving. I mean, in this situation, when 16 teams are still up, I'd be leaving. So he realizes that 60 alive. He's just going to grab his Murado and try to disengage. I mean, this is the terrain that we already called out that has so many little tiny nooks and ridges that as a solo, he should be able to go and find a nice place to go on ahead and hunker down and wait for the next few zone shifts to hopefully get a lot of placement points. But, I mean, nice crash onto that from Loyal. They now have a really good compound that's tall. It's a tall compound. You can see a lot from up there.
Yeah, indeed it is. But now, of course, we're waiting to see what the players here from Real Tiger 9 are going to be doing. As you can see, of course, last from the Falcons here, just positioned up in the little shack, little compound there, completely alone from what we can see, of course, on that mini-map. I'm curious to know where the rest of his teammates are, though. As you can see, Never Alone. And one of the other teammates there, of course, mobilizing themselves. They're busy rotating up. Potentially, we could see them moving in towards last and reinforcing that position. But we'll only find out once we know what is happening. But, of course, Real Tiger 9, I like the spread that they have here. Spread out across the ridgeline. They're able to gather so much information. And, of course, they are then also able to strike if they spot any potential movement, like this, for instance.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Falcons, they're the ones that tried crashing onto the church and ended up taking that compound over on the eastern side, but two of them now trying to take that shanty position. Looks like they're about to get in a little bit of a hold fight there. Meanwhile, it looks like power grid teams ended up running into each other by shanties. HOTLINE Esports getting a lot of kills into Rohan. These are two teams that ended up dropping super far to the northern side, and yeah, I guess the rotation pass ended up intersecting, and a lot of them were taken out. There's only 2 members left for Rahad. We can see that Munir here and teammate are currently just driving away, trying to get inside the zone. Oop, and the rest of Falcons now joining their teammates at these shanties. It looks like they're interested in potentially pushing up onto Real Tiger 9 if they were to get a knock.
Yeah, the reinforcements have arrived. And Falcon, just based on what we saw in yesterday's games, they should feel fairly comfortable. They are able to defend themselves really well, put in some decent work. But of course now, we're still waiting to see how Real Tiger 9 is going to play this ridgeline. I mean, Falcons, they're starting to strengthen their positioning, just huddling up, fortifying their angle. But of course now, on the opposite end, we've got the players there from Real Tiger 9. That spread that they have, this is kind of the point where you would like to see that scattering of the players, you know, getting a little bit closer and them starting to regroup potentially.
I agree. Oh. Well, it looks like Real Tiger 9, it looks like at least one of them decided to leave. Looks like both teams are kind of just disengaging a tiny bit. At least one person going ahead and leave out there. Meanwhile, Loyal still up on top of their nice compound, seem to be extending. Easy actually going down to the southern side, probably take that warehouse down there or that hill. Both of those really good outretreat positions to just, you know, hold more territory, make sure that nobody can go and stop somewhere around them. They can scout more from here, spot more things, potentially get into a lot more fights, and I do not dislike what they're doing. It looks like the majority of them are actually going on ahead and getting out of there.
It's a good rotation coming in there from them, as you can see, of course. Also, the players here from GUNZ adopting a very similar approach, also now rotating in, trying to improve their positioning within the zone. But I'm curious to see who's going to be the first team to get sent back. Who's going to be the first team to get eliminated? Because we're still sitting on all 16 teams alive. However, we've been dropped down to 58 players. But all the teams are still in the running. And this is where things are getting interesting, as all the teams now, well, not all the teams, but quite a few of them, in fact, are starting to move in, improving their positions, rotating up in towards zone. We see the players here from RICO Infinity on the side of the players here from YaLLa, and that is, I mean, it's a little bit of deja vu. We saw one of the previous matches that I've casted a while back finishing in this exact spot, but unfortunately, we know the zone is not going to go here, but YaLLa just hovering about. We're not seeing an aggressive engagement coming in between these two teams just yet.
No, not just yet. I mean, I'm not even sure. They had to have potentially heard the vehicle go ahead and pull up right underneath them, but they obviously don't want to go ahead and over peak that. Meanwhile, it looks like, wow, it looks like GUNZ rotation actually is putting them in a really good spot, taking just the southern position of the center compound. And on the northern side, teams running into each other as well, actually, trying to take this other good compound that's just outside off center zone. We can see that it's Arab GSG versus RTG. Nice trade.
Oh, GG. Oh, man. The fights of the Gs. Here we go. RTG and the players there from GSG. Now just getting caught, as you can see. The players, they're from Arab GSG. Now just a little bit further down the ridge line. A really strong placement that we see here for RTG. Nice show of aggression. Moving in, taking over control of that compound, but now they start sending out the nades. They're pretty sure that there's someone just scattered down and below. As you can see, those smokes, of course, coming in. But now El Chapo is starting to rotate in, just trying to flank around them, trying to find that angle. But of course, now, finds the hits, and off they go. GSG, the first team to be eliminated. Well done to RTG.
Yeah, that was really quick. I mean, that's what happens when you go ahead and crush to the same compound. They ended up, yeah, like you said, finishing off really quickly, and there no playing around in those few buildings. Meanwhile, it looks like a RICO Infinity team finally all pulled up, now in a full-out fight with YaLLa Esports. And RICO getting a knock onto at least one of them so far. It looks like they all wanted this little schoolyard down here, especially since the zone now shifted. This is the entry spot that they want, and that means Powerful from YaLLa is just going to go ahead and leave. Now also the last one up, so it seems like we have a good amount of solos already. Yep,
the stragglers are really starting to pile on up, as you can see. Oh man, YaLLa now just quickly trying to make a break for it, trying to squeeze on in. But of course the SUDORs are now taking aim onto the side there of the players from Loyal. iKURD also feeling a few hits of the Falcons are now just opening up on towards Loyal and the players from RTG. Alright, so no, sorry, I thought we saw something come in, but I realized the kill feed is a little bit delayed. But now, RTG coming under fire as Loyal takes the position just up above of their position. Come on, flare gun, and out just trying to rotate around, trying to get into that sneaky approach. So many teams now to spread out, and I'm liking that split that we see coming in through the zone. One half of the zone on the opposite end of the road, the other half of the zone down to a little bit more of a mountainous region.
Oh, I'm enjoying it as well. I mean, there's also a ridge on the northern side of the road, so honestly, a bunch of teams go on ahead and play that for themselves, but they can't play there together, so we're probably going to see a bunch of fighting there. Meanwhile, the center zone compound currently being held by two teams. I think it's just flare gun left. We can see that his teammate actually is knocked all the way on the eastern side inside those warehouses, where another altercation is already happening. At this point, this zone is definitely too small with the amount of teams, so that is why there's a bunch of fighting all happening at the same time.
You see the team there from Zombies. They've moved up into this church. They are defending it now, and even starting to move up just a little bit, just to get into the edge of that zone as the shots come in. Oh, down goes YaLLa. our next team being eliminated. But now we wait to see. Oh, never mind. Down goes Flare as well. Wow, the numbers are really starting to drop. But now we see iKURD trying to move in, and they're of course being met there by the side of the Falcons, and of course Zombies also here. So things are really getting so challenging, especially on this western side. Real Tiger 9 also with that, boom, out they are.
They knew. It's almost Zombies just knew. They saw that exploded vehicle and were like, toss a nade on that real quick. And they were able to go on ahead and pick up a point. So it looks like they're able to clear that little bull for themselves right now. And it's just a question of, are they going to want to try and get involved in this fight that they can hear happening directly below them? We can already see some of their little carrots looking in this direction.
Yeah, a lot of carrots pointing in a whole bunch of directions. We see so many players still just scattered in over this western side. The eastern side, however, is starting to lighten up a little bit. The players are starting to spread out. Ooh, but down goes the sights, down in the south. So many shots coming in there from them by the hand of the players from GUNZ. But of course, now all the teams are still going to try and move in, trying to squeeze into position. But look at this play coming in here from Falcons. Oh, loving this angle up on the roof. Unfortunately, getting found out and getting knocked out by the side there of the Zombies. So Zombies, once again, off to a really aggressive start.
Yeah, but it does look like they're going to go and pull away. They're choosing to get inside this new zone, letting everybody else take a fight, and they're crashing into a compound that from their scouting position, they identified that Rainbows is actually free, and here comes Marshall from RTG as well to crash onto that. But this fighting down here on the southern side needs to finish. iKURD versus the rest of Falcon. Let's see what Helm and is going to be able to do here.
Oh, it is very heated. Oh, yeah, indeed. A lot of and man, the heat just comes piling on in as the players there from iKURD get eliminated. But now Zombies move on up for the next one, pushing onto the side here of RTG. A nice aggressive push. We see a lot of utilities now getting placed all about. The mollies, the grenades. Oh, Raad also gets eliminated. Who's going to be the next one? I mean, we only have 8 teams left, 29 players remaining, and the teams are all just jammed into the zone. Really uncomfortable positioning.
Honestly, Zombies and RTG, they have to know that if they want to win this game, they need to take each other out as soon as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the next fight we see. And I think I saw on the minimap, there were some vehicles coming in on the southern side, but it doesn't look like they're also going to crash at least. So I was like, is another team going to go on ahead and join this? But there's still a lot of teams now outside of this zone, and they just need to get knocks to try and get their way in. There are a few ridges that they're able to play, not needing those compounds, but it's just a matter of finding them. It looks like SUDOR, they found out that frags where they are, that is the spot.
And they're definitely not trying to move in, trying to get into the zone. But of course, there's such a gatekeep of the zone happening. As you can see also now, the players from Zombies just putting the shots in towards anything that moves in the vicinity. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players there from SUDOR are going to try and push in towards the zone. But I mean, just look at this positioning. Zombies, a lot of aggression, but also now RTG. They are holding their own right here alongside the players there from Zombies. And now Falcons also feeling that pressure.
Yeah, but Zombies are in the middle of a enemy sandwich. Falcons and RTG around them. I mean, at any point, I wonder if RICO is also going to go on ahead and peek over their ridge to try and get involved in all that fighting. They can hear directly to their southern side. But, I mean, Rainbows, there's usually a ton of fighting in something like this. Everybody crashes them, takes a building, and I mean, whoever ends up winning that compound could potentially have a chance, but they need to figure that out as soon as possible, in my opinion, because right when the zone shifts off of them, that's not going to look good for them.
And off that zone goes now, moving right over towards that western side, already moving up in favor of the players there from, of course, RICO Infinity. But now we wait to see how the players here from SUDOR are going to try and push in GUNZ, making it very difficult for them to find a clear approach in towards the zone. They're getting bombarded by those utilities, the shots flying in as well. Alpha now also stepping into the mix, bringing in their own contribution to that fight. Zombies also just hanging around, just reminding people like, hey, listen, we're still here, we're gonna shoot at you if we see you moving. So a really interesting position, but Falcons also just alongside them. So 3 teams completely lined up in this in the compounds there. But of course now the outskirts of the zone is where the fights are happening as the players there from SUDOR now come under fire once again. Alpha lands that eliminating blow. Down they go, right back into the lobby. Now we are down to 7 teams, and this is where things get really challenging.
I definitely agree. I mean, GUNZ, I'm just amazed that they're able to go on ahead and find this little, what is it even called? A little ridge down there on the very southeastern side. At least they have something for now. They're not completely inside zone though, but it's a place for them to be able to say while this fighting on the northern side starts unfolding. HOTLINE currently taking a lot of fire from R8 RICO Infinity team. So it's just a matter of waiting. It looks like HOTLINE, they have 2 left, and they're trying to sneak on up. Meanwhile, RICO, they had a huge spread. They ended up setting some people up to the northern side to get involved there because they were inside of that compound. They want the kills. They are trying to be aggressive on this.
Yeah, and especially like the players there from HOTLINE, as you mentioned, you know, we could see them up in the north. They've got such challenging region to try push into, as we see a nice concentration of teams all positioned down towards the south. But first up, the players from HOTLINE need to try and get past the team there of RICO Infinity. That is going to be the first challenge. Also, we've got Alpha on the opposite end. So regardless of which way around they try to rotate, they're definitely going to be finding themselves in a really difficult spot. Of course, a few nades now getting sent up there from GUNZ over into the side of the Alpha Legends. But this is where the fighting now starts to break out. Ragnar just quickly moving into a little bit of safety, but not rotating out just yet. They are hanging around, and NASR even starts moving up as well. You can see him now pushing up onto the side there of the players from the HOTLINE, finding the first hit. He's looking for the second one. Will they be able to find that last player of HOTLINE? It is down to the wire now for Omar.
Well, it looks like they have some sort of an idea. Yep, there we go. Now chucking a bunch of util over in that direction. It will, in fact, catch him out, taking him down to around half HP. They're going to try another one. I don't know if Omar is going to have long to live. That need landing directly. Oh, no, there's smokes. Interesting. Oh, but he's caught on fire. I think that is it for him. Yeah. Yep. There we go.
A very toasty end right there for HOTLINE, but of course now 6 teams remain. You can see the players there from Alpha Legend now just trying to find their way on in from the western side of the zone, of course. Now moving up once again in favor of the players there from RICO Infinity. So I wouldn't be surprised if RICO Infinity was to take this one, as they've got really strong positioning. But of course now Zombies getting challenged there by the side of RTG. GUNZ still hanging about, but the shots are relentless. They just keep on coming. RTG feeling the pressure. As you can see, they are down to only 1 remaining player.
Yep, I mean, this is exactly what I meant by you got to take these other teams out early, because otherwise everybody now is pushing onto this compound and it's only 1 person left. They didn't get rid of the enemy and they're just trapped inside that building, but it does look like he'll be able to kind of stay hidden, at least for now. GUNZ Esports haven't found him just yet because of how many smokes are in there, so they're kind of focusing on zombies now, and Falcons now are pushing over to try and get involved from the western side of that compound as well.
Oh, but I mean, the players there from Alpha Legends now just paying the price for their rotation, trying to squeeze on in, but what a play that is coming in from the hand of Zombies. Oh, they are just getting absolutely obliterated. Head after head flying into the side of them. Oh, wow. Alpha Legends get eliminated. We are down to final 4. Oh, the shots continue to go. Zombies get eliminated as well. Wow, now it is between the players from RICO Infinity, GUNZ, RTG, and of course the side of Falcons. But they're out in the blue zone.
Oh, nice. I mean, they knew that they were going to be pushing out the blues shortly, so that was a nice hold from there. But, I mean, RICO Infinity team, they're still obviously alive. Nobody has really contested them at all in their compounds, and they have the zone. So they just got to go watch the other side of that road, and that is it. They can go on ahead and secure that win for themselves, having that really good compound up on the northern side of that road there that it ended on.
Now, what a finish, though. RICO Infinity coming in with the chicken dinner. Beautiful play. Lots of aggression coming in. But, of course, we'll be going into the match breakdown right after a short break. Welcome back to day 2 of our first super weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. In the previous match, of course, we saw an absolutely phenomenally aggressive play coming in from the teams with the players there from RICO Infinity claiming the chicken dinner, and of course doing so with a very, very nice amount of kills to add to that.
Yep. I mean, just from being able to go ahead and take that compound on the northern side of that road, where that compound up there on the northern side is honestly much, much harder to crash onto. So since they weren't able to be contested that entire time, it was a really nice location for them to be able to see. And I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at how many kills they ended up picking up.
Well, of course, you can see there, RICO Infinity coming in on 26 points, 11 kill points in that previous match. But of course, also then the players there from GUNZ finishing up in second place on 20 points, coming in on 8 kills. We also then have RTG in third place, 17 points and 7 kills. So once again, the top 5 teams, even the top 6 teams, coming in on really, really strong kill points. I mean, Alpha Legends finishing on 9.
Yeah, they were fighting up until the very end. I mean, honestly, that was one of the teams that they had to fight through most of the teams there to try to get inside zone. And unfortunately, obviously, they didn't make it there, going out in 6th place. But definitely a lot more points compared to now we can see are the rest of the teams that end up playing today. I mean, Flare Loyal team going out in 9th with 3 total points, and then 2-2-1-1-0-0-0. That was a rough game for some of these teams on this side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, especially for GSG, YaLLa, and Real Tiger 9, as they weren't awarded any points for this previous match. So I'm curious to see just how much that is going to, impact their position that we have on that overall leaderboard. But of course, looking at our graphs here, you can just see there RICO Infinity coming in with 2,500 damage. The players, of course, from the Falcons also putting up a really strong showing, ending up on 1,870 damage, just 4 ahead of the players from GUNZ.
Yeah, wow, it looks like this game, at least, it was a little bit more even in terms of gaining kill points. I mean, obviously, our first game today was actually definitely more top-heavy towards Zombies, who ended up placing in first, but this game still a little bit more even in terms of the terrain and making those rotations. Let's go ahead and take a look at those highlights from this last match.
Oh, I mean, things just started with quite a bit of a challenging spread already for the teams, finding down over on those mountainous regions. But I mean, just an absolutely phenomenal performance we had coming in. You can see the players here from HOTLINE, of course, just stepping on up with those shots. They did finish up in 7th place, but just some of those plays that we saw coming in. I'm curious to see, though, just exactly how it went about for the players from RICO Infinity to find themselves in such a beautiful position in that last final phase.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see where they came from. Meanwhile, I mean, Zombies Esports, them being able to take this church position and then fight their way in, they honestly had a great position as well. I just feel like all those teams that ended up sending themselves into Rainbows, that compound on the southern side of the road, they didn't take the early fights when they needed to, because they ended up waiting and more teams just ended up showing up, and then it was just a bloodbath. They just all took each other out. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity team on the northern side just got to sit back and kind of wait.
Wait and reap the benefits of their beautiful position as that zone, of course, moved up straight towards them. But you can see the players there from Alpha coming under a bit of pressure. The Zombies also feeling the pressure. So many hits. But this is where we saw that dominance from RICO Infinity starting to come to the showing, as they've taken up that position already on the northern side of the road. The rest of the teams all now left to battle it out up in towards those southern reaches. And then they strike right there at the end, finding the finishing hits to spread out through the teams. Man, and of course GUNZ caught on the wrong side of that, finishing up with a molly right there in that final play. So what a performance it was coming in. RICO Infinity just really deserving of that chicken dinner.
I do not disagree. Them being able to go on ahead and find that position. They were ready. They were actually ready for a crash. They were all spread out in that compound, holding different angles, and nobody ever ended up coming. So I kind of am curious to see if one of those teams that ended up crashing on the southern side, what if they decided to crash on the northern side? So, but the fact is that it didn't happen. And RICO Infinity team, I mean, they were able to go on ahead and pull it out and get a really nice win for themselves. That is going to do a lot for them in terms of the overall leaderboard inside of these week one of our weekend games. And of course, as you mentioned for the team before, they got the winner chicken dinner, which gives them a hefty $965.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure no one's going to shy away from, getting that additional nice bit of money there just for winning the game, aside from even making it up into that finals just yet. So this is so far proving to be quite a bit of a challenging set of matches for these teams. I mean, we've only finished the second one so far. We've got 3 more to come. For the next one, of course, we're going to be heading over on towards the lovely green pastures there of the Sanhok map. So expecting a lot of close quarter fighting to come in from these teams. As we've seen now, they are really proficient when it comes to the use of their utilities. Right, and of course, on a map like Sanhok, that is exactly where you could be seeing things like that. But of course, let's have a look at some of the team stats, right? Infinity team, for instance, right? Wanting to be, just having a little bit of a look there, as you can see the players from RICO Infinity. They've, of course, had the chicken dinner in the previous match, but here's just a breakdown of some of those stats from them. So you can see NASR coming in there with 573 damage, Hero on 665, Ragnar coming in on 815 damage, and then, of course, Prestige finishing off with 520. So really strong showing, especially with regards to those kills. And Ragnar even bringing in 6 kills for the team there.
And like we mentioned, I mean, they were ready. They weren't even like just hiding in their compound. They were spreading out. Like they were holding the different angles. They're spread it up to the northern side to see if they can get involved in the fighting happening up there. So, like, I mean, I already said that was a really nice hold for them in that situation. And I'm not surprised by their stats because of that as well.
But what was interesting to look at, though, is on Miramar, they had really good positioning, making their way on through, just finding themselves in those compounds. And unfortunately for them, the zone was working in their favor, especially that final play up against GUNZ, just using that ridgeline to their advantage. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be performing once we move in towards Sanhok, right? Because there's so many opportunities for teams to just sneak up, bounce on the opponents, send up those utilities, find themselves in a really good position. So I feel almost like Sanhok is really essential with regards to your positioning as a team. If you're able to find yourself in a good spot, gather enough information, you are then able to really strike down on the opponents up ahead of you.
I mean, I love Sanhok because of the chain team fighting. That is what always interests me. I mean, whenever you get in a fight, you can almost guarantee that there's going to be a team right behind you trying to get involved. So just teams that are able to fight all of that through that's what interests me when it comes to Sanhok. But let's go ahead and see how that leaderboard was shaken up after that last game with the win from RICO Infinity team. And we can see that FalconsEsport still holding first.
Yeah, and just holding on first. As you can see them 101 points. I mean, Alpha Legends hot on their heels, 1 point behind them. I mean, Alpha Legends, they've got more kill points, but of course, Falcons, they've got 2 chicken dinners. And in this case, the placement points are just what is working in their favor. But of course, also then looking towards the players there from GUNZ. Sitting on 42 kills, the players from Zombies sitting on 45. They're pretty close in their numbers. The only differentiating factor on that is, of course, the placement.
Yeah, it looks like kind of that the Alpha Legends were a little bit more consistent in terms of gaining placement points, even if it doesn't mean getting that top spot. And even the other side of this main overall leaderboard, we can see that honestly, 44, 40, 33, like a lot of these teams down on the 9th through 16th place are pretty close in terms of total points as well.
Yeah, especially if you're looking from where we see the players there from a HOTLINE currently sitting on 33 points. Only 4 points away from that, we've got the players from SCYTES. 4 points below that, we've got the players from GSG. 3 points away is the players from SUDOR and, of course, a Real Tiger 9. And then, of course, 4 points away from that, we've got the players from Flare Loyal. So not a lot of points separating these teams. So there's a lot of potential for the teams sitting in the lower end of that leaderboard to really go out and get in some strong performances, because that could really catapult them up higher into the leaderboard. It's not necessarily up into pole position, because it's quite a bit of a gap from 100 points down to, down to 33 points. But either way, it will still improve their overall standings. And as we've seen, of course, also those chicken dinners are also worth something.
They're worth a lot as well. I mean, we keep talking about the winner chicken dinner prizing throughout all of this, but also just would like to keep in mind or point out that all these points that go on ahead and accumulate on the super weekends, that's what's going to go on ahead and have these teams qualify for finals at the very end. So all of these points that are putting towards this in total points, those 16 teams that have the most are going to move over to finals. So, those teams that didn't make it into the super weekend this time, we're going to see quals again and see who ends up making it into the next super weekend. But obviously the super weekend, you get more money, you actually get the points that you need to go and get into finals. It's a huge deal coming in here. And I mean, Falcon Esports, they already have 101 points under their belt just coming out of, how many games has it been for them so far? 7. So that's an insane amount of points so far.
Yeah, that is really good to see the teams already starting to break in towards the century. So I'm expecting a few more teams to follow suit. I'm definitely thinking that we're going to start seeing those points starting to rake on up, as we still have 3 more games remaining for today. So there's a lot of potential points that can still be earned. And of course, also, we've got 3 chicken dinners that can also be won. So I'm quite curious to see, just who that will be awarded to. But of course, first up, we need to get in towards the Sanhok map and to see what is going to be happening with that. And of course, expecting a lot of aggression to come in, as that is kind of what the Sanhok map lends itself towards. But of course, enough of that. Let's get on into the game itself.
I'm excited to see where this first plane path is going to go on ahead and go. And now inside of our plane, it's going to be happening shortly.
Ooh. Well, as you know, as you can see, of course, they're born to win. Welcome to the exciting match. Welcome to the exciting match, brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series, and that is exactly what we're going to be expecting from these players as they make their way on through the Sanhok map. As you can see, the teams dropping down, and from what we can also gather, the flight path was a fairly north-ish to south-ish kind of flight path, just looking at the spread of the teams. But now up comes the zone, popping off in towards the north, and this is where things get interesting.
I don't even know where this is going to end. Is it going to end Paradise? Is it going to go pull up even further towards the northern side, towards Tatmuk, or towards Marshall that they're currently spectating right now for RTG? Actually, speaking of RTG, just take a look at their split that they have so far up on the northern side of this compound. They're all the way up in Cow, all the way down to Marshall, towards the bridge.
But I mean, these splits are what we see on a quite a frequent basis coming in from the teams. I mean, even looking at the players there from HOTLINE, they are spread out. GUNZ also spread out. The players from RICO Infinity, they're spread out. So many teams just spreading themselves out, trying to gather as much information as they can in the early game before potentially regrouping as we progress through this match. So I kind of understand why they're doing it, but of course now we wait to see how that will unfold, how that will benefit these teams, as the team here from SCYTES already started off the match with a few shots being fired right in towards them.
Yeah, it looks like Razor, he was almost taken down there, but was just able to hide behind a rock. But of course, Easy is there to back up his teammate, spots him out, the down and the instant flush. It didn't even look like he had any time to loot. So it looks like he got a little bit too close to Flare Loyal's drop spots, and he is going to pay for it. At least the rest of his team are still alive. So we do see a lot of teams spread out, but then there are teams such as GSG here kind of sharing the same compounds in their regions, and I'll be interested to see what ends up coming out of that, because there are so many people already directly beside each other just from the sheer size of Sanhok. Is it better to go ahead and get a little bit closer together in this situation, or hugely spread out? It might just depend on where they landed.
I'm quite curious to see how this match goes for GSG, because in the previous one, they were the first team back in the lobby, you know? So they have to try and make a bit of a comeback, you know? At the current moment, the points are not really working out in their favor, so they are kind of on that point where they need to try and pressure themselves. They need to try and get in those additional points. And of course, you can see Osama keeping a very watchful eye on the movement just up ahead. We can of course see that one of the players there from NASR, Chico, just making their way on through the compounds, getting that loot going. A lot of trigger discipline on the side here of GSG, though. Not taking that engagement just yet. They're not 100% secure. But of course, the rest of the NASR team also still in the vicinity. So it's going to be a fairly challenging position for them to hold. So I'm quite curious to see how that then will, of course, go for the side of GSG. As I mentioned, you know, they are in need of those points if they want to improve on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so we'll see where they end up going from there. Meanwhile, it looks like everybody else has finally picked up all their loot, trying to now get inside of this zone. We ended up seeing some people proned out by some rocks. A lot of rotations happening here from SUDOR. It looks like they're trying to go for a more northern rotation. Meanwhile, we can see the Loyal off in the distance. It looks like they have an idea of where RT9, Israel Tiger 9 are. They might be just waiting to see if they can get into a fight with them as well.
Well, they're not waiting too long, as you can see. Also, already those shots coming in the kill feed, and of course now they're just looting up on that carnage. But now we see the players here from NASR starting to move down onto the side of GSG. Oh, brutal hits though. I mean, NASR, they're not waiting around for the players from GSG to come to them, and they are rushing straight onto the side of them. Already got the 2 knocks going. Now there's 2 more players left for the GSG side. And once again, it is a very tough start for GSG. Oof.
Oh no. That means there's only one left, and he's kind of stuck in a rock in a hard place. Quite literally. He's the last one alive. He only has a rock as his hard cover, and the rest of NASR, they're all pushing and separating around him. Yeah, even if he got the knock into the 1, he would have been traded. So it looks like he maybe kind of cast a curse to them there, and they're going to be out in first once again.
You know, really, really tough start there for the players there from GSU. So very unfortunate, but of course, you know, there's 2 more games to go, so a lot of potential action still to come in. But now we're looking over towards the players here from iKURD. They're starting to make their rotations on in. Of course, we got the swamp just up towards the north of their position. The players there from NASR hard on their heels once again. RTG all the way up in the northern reaches of the zone. So curious to see how RTG is going to go through this map. Will we see them turn a little bit more aggressive, come in and start finding those positionings and play from that? Or are they just going to hang back for the time being and wait until those later phases before getting into those engagements?
You know, there's obviously advantages to both. If they go ahead and take the aggressive approach, they'll definitely be padding points with some bunch of kill points potentially. But of course, there's more danger. So obviously, the other side that they could take is kind of just stay back a little bit, wait for everybody else to get on top of each other. They start the fighting, so that means RTG could potentially get higher in placement points. But then really, they'd have to get aggressive towards the end if they want to be able to pick up a significant amount of kill points as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Which one do you want to take? It just comes down to playstyle for each of these teams, and I don't think there's really a wrong way to play it. But on Sanhok, I'd be a little bit afraid of being super aggressive in terms of just everybody being able to hear it, basically.
I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, it's a map where third parties are a thing, and it is a thing of note. Also, a lot of snaking coming in, but I'm curious to see, you know, what those later phases will look like. But for now, we are looking over towards the teams as everyone is still just trying to find a decent position to move into the zone. We have the blue zone starting to close on up. We should see that second phase, of course, then following suit shortly on that. But now, the players from Zombies, we've seen some strong plays for them. They are exploring the region. They are moving up. I'm curious to see also just how far they'll be able to go in the zone, as they came into today looking really strong.
Yep, I want to see if they go on ahead and continue that. Also, I mean, Paradise, it looks like YaLLa Esports kind of have a foothold towards Paradise. I was kind of questioning whether or not the zone was going to go there, so they might potentially have really good spot for themselves as of right now. And Zombie Esports, it looks like they're also taking the strategy of being all directly on top of each other, at least in this compound over here. And we can already see multiple teams surrounding them at this point inside the game. I mean, there's still 15 teams still alive. The first phase halfway closed. Everybody knows that they need to be going up towards the northern side, I feel like.
And this is also where that pressure is starting to mount. As you can see, the sites now moving in, turning their sights over towards the compound where we see the players from the Zombies in. We have one of the players there from Loyal, Easy, down over just on the outskirts of the resort as well, Paradise Resort. The sites moving about, trying to find that approach, trying to see just how many people really is in this compound. But of course, just a little bit further away, we also have the players from Royal Tiger 9 just holding their position as well. So a lot of teams waiting for that opening cue. That cue to tell them now is the time to strike. And of course, the players from sites, they're really searching for that opportunity.
There's kind of again, two ways to play Sanhok. Are you going to go play inside the compound where everybody obviously knows where you are and where you can peek? Or are you going to try and play on the outside, basically out inside all of the trees, the bushes, the rocks, and you can be a little bit harder to spot in that situation. So again, two different ways to go ahead and play that. And it looks like our zone is in fact going to go even further to the northern side. So everybody who is kind of waiting down below inside the blue zone, they really got to start moving. And at least luckily for Frag, down there on the southern side, they have some vehicles.
Yeah, and I have to say that zone is looking heavily congested. So many players just crammed into those southern parts of it. But of course, now iKURD coming under quite a bit of fire here, taking quite a bit of damage. And Rawan now being the last remaining player for them. We see YaLLa now moving in, applying the pressure. Oh, and with that, YaLLa seals the deal. Off they go, iKURD being our second team back into the lobby. But of course, we still have 14 teams in play, 52 players. Now I'm curious to see how these teams are going to try and rotate up in towards the north. We saw the players there from GUNZ, of course, still positioned far out in the blue zone. So I'm interested to see just how they are going to try and rotate in towards the zone. But of course, Zombies, sites, they are still there side by side, exchanging a few shots between them.
Yep, now's the time. If they can get a knock onto one of these members, they might go and be aggressive, make a push onto it. But it looks like they kind of extended out there, tested the waters, but the majority of them coming back inside the compound, probably just grabbing the vehicle before they make a move, ended up leaving somebody up there on the northern side as well. They know that they have to keep moving at least a little bit further, and they're going to go ahead and do that after shooting off that team that was holding them for a little bit.
Whoa. But now we see the players from YaLLa and Alpha Legends getting into a bit of a tough here on the edge of that zone. They're sending a few shots back and forth between them. YaLLa, of course, losing powerful. So now they are down to 3 players. But of course, as we know, 3 players doesn't mean anything. They can still bring in a fairly strong play from that. But of course, we're waiting to see how these teams are going to rotate in.
Yeah, so it's like 3 to 4 players. You can still go on ahead and play pretty normally. It's when you go down to a duo or a solo where the play style definitely changes in terms of how you're going to play the rest of the game. You can't be as aggressive. There's definitely no chance of trades going in your favor that much. I mean, that means YaLLa Esports are kind of just, since they're supposed to spread out, they still have the control of the majority of this area. They're just kind of waiting, and we can see the Alpha Legends up there. One of them currently downed. They're trying to go for the res. I mean, they don't have to move just yet, and I mean, it looks like YaLLa here is trying to wait for the perfect opportunity, but can't quite catch out the res happening in that side, that smoke.
But I'm liking the discipline coming in there. I mean, they're just hanging around, positioning themselves there in a spot where they have that line of sight on the movement up ahead. So I'm liking this play that we see here. But of course, as we now move on, we see the players from Zombies mobilizing themselves, getting ready to push a little bit further upwards and onwards. We see the players there from HOTLINE also on the approach. The real Tiger 9 just hanging around, as well as the zombies now start rotating in. So this is where things are going to get interesting, especially with the rotations coming in and so many teams still left in this game. As you can see, of course, the positioning there from the teams. Ra'ad coming in there with their rotation as they just wrap around through the blue zone, trying to come in from those northern shores. We see the players there from SUDOR now starting to push across that western bridge on towards the main island. But of course, Falcons right there to welcome them on the zone, shifting up once again, heading straight up in towards that hot mess. Fortunately, not a very northerly shift though, just down over in towards the southwest.
Still definitely a really hard zone to make a rotation into. I'll be interested to see if RTG holds their current position or if they're going to try and grab that more center compound. I guess we'll know very shortly, but it also looks like SUDOR are being very smart, not just straight up taking the bridge. They're actually going for a little bit of a swim. I mean, definitely the best situation here because as I can see here, FalconsEsport, they're kind of watching it and kind of seems like they've caught on that there might be some people swimming underneath their bridge though.
Yeah, SUDOR now trying that the Navy SEAL approach, going for a bit of a more aquatic rotation, trying to sneak their way on over. And of course, now waiting to see just how effective that rotation will be for them. Will they be able to go around undetected, or will the players there from Falcon actually spot them out? As you can see, of course, from Loyal finding a quick few hits into the side there of the players from a HOTLINE. Few knocks coming in, but of course now SUDOR, they've spotted the movement from Falcon just up ahead in the compound. As you can see, Bompa and Last just waiting patiently. Oh, nice play. Again, just waiting for the player to line themselves up in towards those shots. But of course now, it's going to be a tough play for the players here from SUDOR either way.
I mean, that was a nice hold from SKTon. He was the first one that got up there for his team. Then he instantly starts holding the only compound that could do some damage to his teammates. And that's instantly going to make, look, Falcon, they're grabbing their vehicle and they're just kind of moving around and potentially leaving shortly. So maybe not entirely interested in holding it anymore, especially if they have a little bit of an angle on them to do damage. Also, on the complete other side of the zone, we could see that NASR, they ended up making a rotation up on the northern side by those compounds right on the coast. And RICO Infinity team are directly beside them. They're on the very edge of the zone. They could potentially be making a rotation in that direction. But of course, you can hear a cacophony of shots now as RTG, they seem to be shooting back and forth with zombies.
Yeah, I think a cacophony of shots is a very accurate term to explain what we are seeing as these shots. Essentially, that's what's going to end it for these players. And so many teams also still positioned up in the northern region. So we have, once again, a highly congested zone. A lot of players just spread throughout. A lot of potential angles that they can find themselves in. And they can also potentially try and cover those. But of course, now we see Alpha striking down onto the side here of RTG. Curious to see how they're going to take this one. Are they going to try and just play off of the knocks that they are getting in from this? Because Zombie is also right there.
Yeah, but I mean, they're waiting. They were able to go and grab that compound directly in the center of this zone. So a lot of teams potentially need to funnel towards them. I will have a little bit better of an idea once this next zone pops. But we can see here that entire intersection where that road is over closer towards the eastern side, there's so many teams already taking every single angle. Oh my goodness. And it looks like it's about to get worse. This zone actually hardships up to the northeastern side. All these teams that are outside the zone need to make a move now. And honestly, there is not that much space. There isn't. There's 14 teams still alive. We're about to see potentially this number go down to half, maybe 9 teams up by the time this one closes.
Yeah, we're going to see another one of those Thanos snaps coming in. You know, the players are just going to start dropping like flies as they all try to squeeze into the zone. You can see the shots already starting to fly into the side there of YaLLa. But of course, 14 teams remain, 49 players. YaLLa now trying to push on up, trying to find a spot in the zone from which they can find potentially fortify. But there's so many other teams all having a very similar idea in mind. As you can see, we've got the players from Alpha Legends not too far away. SUDOR also just off in the distance. So things are still to get really interesting. Just looking at how these teams are going to try and rotate in. But of course now, as you can see also Ra'ad and the Falcons keeping a very watchful eye on each other up in this northwestern side of the zone.
It's up here where I like the terrain up here, right? They have these little like rice little bumpy fields up here. Otherwise, not too much cover in terms of anything else. But it looks like Falcons are just full on driving on in. Meanwhile, Sadat, he has this angle at this rock. Is he going to take the shots? Or it looks like he's going to be a little bit patient, maybe waiting for his teammate all the way down to the southern side to come and help him. But they also have a down teammate over to the eastern side. There's only 2 of them left with Falcons sandwiched in between them. I'll be interested to see if they're going to be able to do anything here with these 2 guys on opposite ends of this enemy team.
It's going to be tough, I can tell you that. I mean, this is... Oh, come on. Oh, nice play. Sadat steps out, finds the hits, but up comes the rest of the Falcons team, finding a quick trade-off in towards Sadat. So this is a really tough one now for the players there from Ra'ad. But what I'm liking about where the zone is going, there's so many potential hiding spots for all these players. So I'm curious to see exactly how they're going to try and make their way on through. The players there, of course, now from Hardline, or rather Hotline, coming under fire. Also getting caught up in the... What is NASR doing? Chico!
Crash.
What was that?
He wanted to come in with flair, you know, just crash into the building, you know, supreme speed. Well, okay. I like seeing what Omar here from HOTLINE Esports is doing. It looks like he knows that everybody's crashing into the compound, so he's just trying to crawl away using that smokes as his cover. Oh, he tried to go towards the water, but he's been spotted out. Meanwhile, in the distance, SUDOR Esports are going to be eliminated, and that means Omar, he's kind of stuck being here. Oh, but the perfect nade coming in from NASR Esports. That was perfect. HOTLINE Esports are also going to be eliminated.
Yeah, so Chico's got off to a bit of a cheeky start there. Comes rushing in, crashes that vehicle in style, and then of course ends it for the players there from Hotline. Also in some pretty stylish manners. But now 11 teams remain, as you mentioned. The players there from YaLLa also getting eliminated. So now we wait to see, of course, how these teams are going to try and push up further in towards the zone. Things are getting really just backed up. So many players still remain. 34 alive. Oh, the finishing blow is getting sent into the side there of the sites. So now 10 teams remain. 32 players alive. Everybody now, of course, trying to squeeze on. And you can see the players there from Alpha coming in with a bit of a rotation. Oh, they're getting picked off right as they move on in. RICO Infinity now getting ready to strike on the side of NASR. Finds a quick shot in the side of Nabor. Oh, 1 player remains. This is now up to Chico. Are we going to see another cheeky play?
Wow.
No, not if Infinity can stop them.
NASR takes out NASR Esports, it looks like. So that is a really nice position for them, honestly. And I'm actually surprised that there aren't more teams inside of Cal right now, because usually when there's a city, a ton of teams can go on ahead and just pile in there and be okay. But it looks like a lot of these teams stuck on the very southern side are just fighting outside blue at this point, taking that compound as well. And it might help them out now in this new zone shifts, since the circle stopped directly above the southern compound.
I mean, these players are now just starting to drop like flies, one after the other after the other. It is a non-stop battle. Zombies now pushing up on the side here of RTG, trying to push in, trying to get those shots going. But of course, oh, brutal jump shot on the side there. What a way to finish in style. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, now 5 teams remain. We've got Flair Loyal, we've got GUNZ, we've got the players from the Falcons, we've got RICO Infinity and the Zombies. Those are our final 5 teams left to battle it out in search of that chicken dinner. Of course, the players here from GUNZ now getting caught over in Cal. They need to try and rotate out, but of course the shots fly straight on in. Loyal gets eliminated. Falcon now finding a few more shots into the side there of the players from RICO Infinity. So the final 4 teams just spread out. 2 teams side by side up in Cal. This is going to be such a challenging position for these 2 teams to go at it.
Yeah, it looks like RICO Infinity had a man advantage at first, but one was taken down from a team afar, and now they're just retaliating by tossing in a ton of nades, but you can see that their HP is completely chunking. This is exactly the thing that you don't want to be in. This is phase 6 damage coming in here. So now at this point, all these teams are trying to just run in directly beside each other, but it will be GUNZ Esports eliminated, and RICO Infinity instantly spotting out Falcons directly inside of zone, trying to hold them out now.
Well, I mean, RICO Infinity once again stepping up with an absolutely stellar performance. They got the chicken dinner in the previous game, but will they get the chicken dinner in the next one? Will it be a back-to-back chicken dinner for them? 3 teams remain. It is Falcons, it is RICO Infinity, and it is the side of Zombies. Zombies all the way down in the south. They need to try and get out of that lumberyard and push further in towards that zone. You can see the players here from RICO Infinity, of course, scored on the side there as well. Also just trying to squeeze on in. But Falcons looks like they have a little bit of an advantage. Not much, but just ever so slight, as the players here from RICO Infinity are challenging themselves with that blue zone. The heads coming in. Of course, now here we go. Everybody is rushing on in, just dashing on up. Oh, RICO Infinity feels the pressure. One of their players now getting left behind in the blue zone. So we could see this fight coming down to the side of Zombies. And, well, maybe even RICO Infinity, as Falcons also now getting pushed.
Uh-oh, Last is the last one up. Zombies are completely aware where he is. A nice jump over the rock. He gets one. Oh my goodness, but all those nades. FalconsEsport becomes eliminated, but Zombies are now just down to one person. But Prestige, he's just doing a little bit of a heal off. He's surely going to go on ahead and be taken out very shortly. So it looks like this is going to be a secured win for Zombies. And I mean, RICO Infinity, they went out in third, but they still at least got 11 kills, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at this though. It is such. We can see the points so far, just showing right there. The players sitting on 12 and of course 11. But now this is where the health starts to drop. As you said, Prestige trying to pull off rather a bit of a heal strat out in the edge of that blue zone. It is a 1v1. Who will be the one though to get it? It is Hamco up against Prestige. It is going to be neck and neck. I don't think we're going to see a brutal finish, but of course Hamco just trying to stay ahead of the blue zone. It's like, am I in yet? Am I in yet?
He sees him.
Oh! What was that?
He ended up standing and he spotted him out through that window. I was kind of wondering. I was like, he's standing at that window. I wonder if he's going to be able to spot him out. And I think he almost had gotten it there, but that blue zone damage was just too much. That was an amazing endgame, actually. I thought it was just going to be him going out to blue, but at least he still took those shots in the head.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting both these players just to wait for the blue zone to do the deed. And of course, well, that is not how it ended. Well done. But of course, we're gonna give you a full match breakdown when we come back right after the break. And welcome back to our day 2 of this first Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021. We saw an absolutely insane match just now on the Sanhok map. The teams just bringing in absolutely phenomenal performance. That finish was just insane. Really thought the blue zone was going to be crowned king in that one, but of course a beautiful finish coming in at the hand of Zombies, finding the shots in towards RICO Infinity, and what a play that was.
That really was. I thought for a second that RICO Infinity might be able to make it by shooting through that window there, but I think that blue zone with the traded shots just went on ahead and added to the damage that was put onto them, and they were taken out first. But that was really interesting to go on ahead and watch at the end there, and let's go ahead and take a look at our match results from that.
Alright. So here we go. Here we have it. The Zombies finishing off on 27 points, 12 kill points being awarded to them, as well as RICO Infinity. Both teams finishing off on 12 kill points. What on earth? And of course, while looking at those total points, 27, 24. And then the players from Falcons also coming in on 18. 8 kills in the last match.
Those were some huge games for those teams right there. And I mean, RICO Infinity, that's absolutely insane, still being able to pick up 12 kill points and playing inside blue. But let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of this match points as well. I mean, it looks like it was kind of about the same thing that happened in the last game. It does look like Real Tiger 9 was 6, so kind of breaking up that top-heavy leaderboard a little bit. Last time, there was definitely less points on this half of the leaderboard, so it looks like in the Sanhok game, people were able to be a tiny bit more even in terms of points.
Yeah, of course, it is still a little bit unfortunate for the teams we have at the lower end, but really seeing a strong play coming in from the teams. And now we move into that total damage graph. As you can see, the players there from Zombies, of course, finishing off on 2177 damage alongside the 12 kills, but RICO Infinity bringing in 1863 damage, but also the 12 kills. And as we move on down, you can see the amount of damage starting to drop down, but we see the Falcons coming in though with a really strong conversion rate on the damage to kills.
Yeah, it's just... Whew, it looks like they were still able to go on ahead and do a lot of damage with their fighting coming on in here in that game, and I'm honestly not surprised. We were just talking about how Sanhok is definitely a frag-heavy game in terms of being able to just spot everybody out, so that was, of course, really nicely played by everybody, especially on that. That was a really hard zone shifts.
Yeah, that was even, you could call it a brutal shift that we saw from the zone. But of course, we have highlights from the previous match just to look back at some of the fights that we had. Of course, well, one of the first fights we had was between the players there from NASR over on it to the side. Oh, to the players there from GSG. iKURD also getting hit pretty hard, but Zombies, man, just pushing on up. Now we see how they just made it up into that 12 kill game.
I mean, they ended up starting towards the center of the map, around Quarry, I believe, and they had to make huge rotations up into the northern side. Were able to go and grab that warehouse pretty early on. But yeah, the entire time they were making that travel, they got into fights. By the time they actually got into the compound they wanted, some teams ended up trying to contest them for it. And then, since that next zone shifted directly above them, they were able to go and push inside zone there as well and take out the team that went out in third place. It's just being able to see where they came from. I mean, really, any of these teams could have went on ahead and made a huge rotation just like they did if they just had to go and grab the location they ended up taking inside that warehouse.
And of course, no surprise to see so many fights out in the blue zone with these brutal shifts coming in from the zone. And just how the opponents would just spread out as well. I mean, no surprise whatsoever, but big ups, of course, Zombie just capitalizing on the carnage up ahead of them. You can see the players here from RTG also trying to step on in. We got into those last few moments. The fights leading up to that chicken dinner. And of course, this was that final play,
Wow.
that final beautiful moment. Some laser hits in from RTG, but of course, quick response. And, well, it really helped the side of Zombies, seeing that RTG was positioned out, or rather not RTG, the players from RICO Infinity was positioned out over in towards that blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, I even said that I was so surprised. I thought that they were going to go on ahead and just be taken out by Blue Zone, but I actually really like what they ended up trying to do. And let's go on ahead and take a little look at a head-to-head as well with Zombies Esports versus RICO Infinity team. We can see just the difference in damage and kill points from this entire game. And honestly, I mean, it seems pretty even in terms of overall stuff. I mean, 2177 and 1863 damage for both of these teams, and both with 12 kills, as we already pointed out. And then otherwise, it looks like RICO Infinity team, they were really spread out in terms of everything else compared to Zombies.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty close between the two teams. Not a lot separating the two, aside from, of course, you know, the overall position in which they finished that last match. So no surprise that we had such an aggressive play coming in on the Sanhok map. But of course, the next one up, we're heading in towards Miramar. So we're heading straight back into those dusty dunes to see what the teams are going to do and how they're going to apply themselves to that. So we've already seen one Miramar map. We've already seen one Erangel. And of course, we had our Sanhok for the day. So I'm quite curious to see how the teams are then, of course, going to apply what they've experienced over just these past 3 games into the final coming 2. And even just the next one up, which is going to be on Miramar.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like all the teams should be pretty comfortable with what's happening in terms of what teams have made it into the top 16 for the Super Weekend, where everybody goes on ahead and drops. They finally were able to at least play each of these maps 3 times, you know? So at this point, going into this Miramar game and our last Erangel game eventually, you know, I am expecting to see no surprises, really, you know what I mean? So I'm hoping to see these teams really use the knowledge from what they've been able to gather so far and make some amazing plays.
So it's going to be interesting as we go into Miramar next up, because we saw the players from RICO Infinity. They stole the chicken dinner in the previous match, with GUNZ finishing up in 2nd place. The players there from RTG over in 3rd place, and of course we had Falcons in 4th, the Zombies over in 5th place. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have a kind of a repeat of that. Also depends on where the zone goes, but what I'm referring to here is where the teams will be placing. Will we have the same kind of teams featuring once again on the Miramar map, or will this now be the opportunity for some of the other teams that we didn't really see performing too well on the previous Miramar one, really using this opportunity now to fix that and come in pretty strong?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I kind of meant by, you know, at this point, everybody should be used to things. There should be no surprises. I am kind of wondering now that teams should be kind of more comfortable and used to it, if we're going to start seeing people actually use that knowledge to their advantage to try something different and get higher on those leaderboards.
Well, I mean, if we look back at yesterday's Miramar game, their 2nd Miramar game. On yesterday's Miramar match, we had the players from NASR coming in with the chicken dinner. We had Alpha Legends in 2nd. Then, of course, we had the players from GSG finishing in 3rd place. So if we look at how yesterday's games went and kind of try to draw a conclusion from what we had happen there, I'm hopeful for GSG that they could bring in another strong performance, you know, bring in those points, because at the moment they are really in need of those points. They want to find themselves a little bit higher up on that leaderboard, and of course this is going to be the opportunity. Based on what we saw yesterday, they are capable of doing exactly that, finding themselves back in that top 3. So I'm hoping that this could maybe be the match where we see that comeback coming in from the players from, for instance, GSG, SUDOR, or even the team of Loyal.
Yeah, well, I'm just hoping GSG goes on ahead and has a really good game this next one, especially since you already pointed out they ended up being taken out 2 games. We only do have 2 games left for today. And I mean, I'm interested to see what goes on ahead and happens from that, because those were two really big games for the teams that got in first and second place in our Sanhok map, right? They both got even kills. Let's go on ahead and see how that does shake things up. I mean, it looks like Falcons Esport, they were able to still stay in first, 119 points now. Alpha Legends right on their heels with 103. Zombies Esports now being able to take that win. It looks like now they have 2 winner chicken dinners as well, with a total of 97, pulling them up into third place, with GUNZ Esports fourth with 92. RICO Infinity Team also, again, doing really well, up in 5th place with 88. RTG with 74. NASR Esports with 71. And Raad with 55. It looks like that is our top 8 as of right now after 3 games today. And, I mean, it looks like these top teams are slowly gaining their winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, definitely. They are starting to rake them in, starting to stack them up. But, of course, this is also one of the interesting sides of the leaderboard, where we see the players from YaLLa Esports currently sitting in 9th on 48 points. iKURD sitting in 10th place on 44. We got a HOTLINE on 33. We got the SCYTES on 30. Real Tiger on 28. The Flare Loyal team there on 26. The Arab GSG team sitting on 25. And then, of course, we see SUDOR sitting there on 22 points. So this is for me the interesting part, to see just how the teams are going to be performing. We're getting a really strong performance from the teams in the top of that leaderboard. But of course, I'm still quite curious to see how the teams on the lower half of that leaderboard is going to be performing. Because as we've seen in the past matches, they have that ability to come in with the chicken dinners. We know they can dial up that aggression. But of course, now we just wait to see whether or not they'll be applying that in the coming match.
Well, what was interesting, I think, is, in qualifiers, we kind of like pointed out, like, hey, during the weekday games, there's a lot of chicken dinners spread throughout a lot of these teams from the top towards the bottom of the leaderboard. And now, I don't know if you noticed, that second half of the leaderboard, that 9th through 16th place, none of those teams had a chicken dinner whatsoever. So it does look like those teams that are in the first half are in fact going for those chickens. We have 2 teams now with 2 each, so it does look like, I mean, obviously they want to go on ahead and win these for the prizing for the winner chicken dinner, but also potentially just taking it more seriously in terms of the points. So it does look like the weekday games are just, let's just get top 16 to make it through. And now this is really where they're sitting down. They're like, we need the points, we want the wins as well. So there isn't as much of a spread in terms of winner chicken dinners as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, because we saw the players there from iKURD. They had a chicken dinner. We saw GSG with a chicken dinner. We saw Alpha Legends with a chicken dinner. RICO Infinity, GUNZ, the SCYTES, YaLLa, and of course NASR. That was in the qualifiers. That was in the weekday games, like you mentioned. So it's interesting to see that we don't have the same teams necessarily having chicken dinners so far just yet. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have that actually happen as we progress through these games. I'm very hopeful for that. I'm hoping to see a chicken dinner come in for the side of GSG. I'm hoping these teams step on in, they bring in those chickens, because from what we've seen on GSG, they're really strong on Miramar. That's pretty evident in the chicken dinners they've been able to bring in. So I'm really keen to see whether or not they'll be able to do that once again, be able to replicate that and show that power that they have. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to go into Miramar, so yeah, it looks like they have one more chance today to do it on the map that you went ahead and mentioned. Otherwise, we still have 5 more games tomorrow as well, but let's go ahead and see how this next Miramar, the last Miramar of today, unfolds as we jump into the plane, DK.
Well, I can tell you the plane is on the map somewhere. Where? I don't know. I know Tarzan was trying yesterday to get that done, but as they say, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series, and that is what we're going to be expecting from these players, those gamer modes to come in and of course bring us that action. As you can see, so many players already starting to drop down, making their way across. And from what I can see, the flight path looks like it's coming in from Oasis and heading down over towards Puerto, down over in that southeastern side.
And that is exactly where it is going. So again, it kind of looks like we're given a nice even playing path for Miramar once again. I mean, of course, people can't go and reach to the far reaches of like the western side of this map whatsoever, but still nicely spread out. It's not shoved down to like the southern side of the map or anything like that. It's nice, evenly spread out through the main body of Miramar, and I'm interested to see where this next zone shifts, but of course, I don't think we're going to see any early fighting on this playing path once again.
Well, definitely some interesting drop spots, and we see a few teams now starting to get a little bit closer to each other, but there we go. A nice ooh on the zone as it moves over towards the western side. Not an aggressive shift to the west, but a nice shift at least.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams that ended up waiting late in the playing path, I wouldn't be surprised if they just take southern rotations, getting into that southwestern side of this new zone shift. Kind of similar all the way up on the northeastern side. They're probably going to stay up to the northern side and try to get around. Meanwhile, everybody in the very center, they're inside zone already. They can loot inside zone, kind of move in when their time lets them. They're the ones that have the prio to get further in towards the center of the zone as well. So we'll just see who is going to grab such as the center compound or the strongest compounds in this new zone shift. But of course, the looting phase is first. These first few minutes are going to be solely that before anybody goes ahead and even thinks about grabbing vehicles and making their initial rotation.
Yeah, and of course we see the players here from RTG positioned up there in Hacienda del Patron. So just casually making their way on through, getting that loot ready and sorted. And of course we can see El Chapo here, but then also the players from GSG just off over towards that western side. So this is where I'm looking to see just how GSG is going to take this one. Will they find a good position to play from? Are they going to try and potentially rotate up? Because at the current moment, they seem to be a little bit spread out.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, up here on this northern side, usually teams go and make big spreads in terms of grabbing their compounds. I mean, luckily, also in all these locations that we're finding them, there's usually some sort of a hot spawn as well. So they should be able to have vehicles and drive away. Even though they're pretty split up, they just do have to be careful. If anybody is found out near a bigger team, they don't want to go on ahead and be taken into like a 1v4 situation. But I don't think that's going to happen as of right now.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see where they rotate into, and of course, you know, there's still so much space between these teams, between these players. You can see, of course, the players here from Falcons positioned up over in towards Los Leones, going about grabbing their loot, crashing into buildings as one does when on the Miramar map. So I'm hoping to see the teams move into strong rotations once they are done with their looting phase, and they then start moving out to get into where they imagine the zone to be moving next.
Looks like they ended up going to Cabrera once again, so it does look like this. I mean, this is definitely their drop spot, right? And so far, it hasn't been doing them wrong so far. This next zone helping them out, they should be one of the teams that are making this more northwestern rotation to get in towards the western side of the zone. And since they chose here, they should be able to get there first. So Cabrera with some nice loot as well. They're going to be doing fine. Meanwhile, interestingly enough, yep, it does in fact look like everybody else who ended up dropping late on the plane path are going for that more southern rotation as well to get into this new zone. I mean, that's usually what happens when when a nice center plane path happens and the zone shifts to one direction. People usually try to go to the extremities, the cardinal directions, to make their big rotations around. They don't want to be running into anybody on their rotations as they get inside.
Yeah, but of course, I agree with that. They want to take a little bit of a smoother approach. Not too risky, just find themselves where they are comfortable, and of course sometimes that lends itself to some really interesting rotations, and teams sometimes taking a little bit of a longer route than anticipated. But now we're looking over towards the players here from GUNZ. We also have them over in towards El Pozo, making their way around, just exploring the region, just trying to get a lay of the land as well, trying to figure out where the teams are. But the zone has shifted over in towards the western side. So if they are able to fortify this, potentially, it could be really beneficial for them.
Pozo is so big, honestly, since the zone did shift over there. If they went on ahead and posted up some people in Pozo and the zone goes even remotely near any of them, that's not a bad place to go on ahead and start out of. Meanwhile, it looks like, I mean, Alpha Legends, they still have a ways to go. They're currently just waiting. I mean, the blue zone's already moving in, so it does look like they're either going to be rotating right in front of zone or in zone, which, as we already know, phase 1, it's not going to do too much harm. It's just a matter of waiting in time. You know, all of this is strategy, right? You don't want to go make a rotation into towards anybody. At this point, since placement points and kill points are so vital, you kind of want to be one of the last people inside of the zone. You want other people to go on ahead and fight with you, if obviously you don't have a good prioritization on getting a really good spot inside zone. So that's usually the best strategy to go on ahead and take. You don't want to go on ahead with guns ablaze and just drive through everybody and potentially be taken out this early.
Well, timing on that is going to be absolutely key. But now, speaking of timing, I mean, we've got one of the guns players, Rauf, right on top of the hill. He's easier, right? YaLLa slowly creeping up the side. As you can see, D35. If you count all the 7s, it amounts to 35.
He saw him
up the side. Oh, come on. Oh, a little bit of action. What a way to make your way down the side of a mountain. Oh, he found him. Wow.
I was gonna say, I think he tried to be sneaky and wait for him to drive on up, but I think the top of his helmet must have been spotted out with how fast YaLLa ended up just turning around and trying to drive down the mountain. But unfortunately, vehicle flip, definitely not ideal in that situation. He was taken out quite easily.
Yeah, that was one of the few times I've actually seen a player push up to the top of that mountain in a competitive match. You don't see that too often, but of course it's good to see it at least, you know, featuring here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League. But now we see the players here from GSG just exploring once again. You can see them pretty close to San Martin, just up on the ridgeline. And now the team here from SUDOR, they are rotating in from that eastern side, trying to make their way on in, trying to set up in a good position in anticipation of that zone. We have the blue zone closing in. We're about to head on into that second phase. So this is also where positioning starts to play a little bit more of it's a little bit more of a factor for the teams. If they can find themselves in a good position and the zone happens to shift up and be inclusive of that zone, they can stay there and potentially fight from that angle for a few more phases.
I mean, all of these teams always want the zone to go towards them. If the zone goes towards them, that means they don't have to risk making a rotation, potentially losing anyone on rotations. That's honestly one of the scariest things that you could lose people out on, is when you're making a rotation inside of a zone. So zone obviously going towards you, it completely cuts out that risk or that threat of anyone being taken out. You can continue to stay inside your little home and just focus on being able to get kills or shoot at everybody around you, which is definitely and obviously ideal. And it looks like we're about to find our second zone really quickly as well. And actually, this zone is pretty neutral. The majority of the teams are still inside here.
Yeah, not a lot of rotations that are being forced by that zone shift, aside from a few teams that we still have struggling on the exterior part of that next phase. But now this is where things are going to get interesting. Now we wait to see whether or not teams are actually going to try and push up, try and improve their positions within the current zone, or are they just going to retain where they already are? The players here from Alpha Legends now already starting to push further and further in towards San Martin. You can see that drop also just up in towards the northern reaches there. But now iKURD also over towards Monte Nuevo, making their way around, exploring a little bit, trying to see if they can find a good position to pull up into.
That they did. And look, they were able to go on ahead and explore and find this really good compound inside this new zone. I mean, from in there, the only downside of that compound, honestly, is it's in a little bit of a bowl. So you can't really participate in any of the fighting. So I wonder if they're going to leave anybody up on the hill to their southern side to potentially be that person looking around. It does look like Rowan is still up there for right now for them, but maybe just doing a little bit more scouting. Interested to see if they leave people up there, because it's also a little bit dangerous. Because, I mean, we can see that YaLLa, they're currently at the shanties. They spotted them out. There could be more teams that make a rotation in there, because that's the location where the majority of these ridges in this region are.
And of course, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this fight could potentially go between the players here from YaLLa and Zombies. As you can see, Zombies over in towards that power grid. Oh, they are fully aware of each other, and up comes Salih, sorry, coming in, taking aim onto the side there of YaLLa, trying to see if he can find those shots. Of course, it is one of our MVPs in of the previous days. And now he's sitting. Now we see, of course, sorry, the players here from YaLLa also now starting to take aim over towards iKURD.
I really want to see him get this bull shot. I think he was really wanting it too, just holding it there. But unfortunately, not going to be able to spot him out. Yeah, they realize, there's a bull tee. Let's not go ahead and risk that. Let's just go ahead and take some shots towards iKURD, where I'm very happy to see that they're actually doing a 2-2 split in the compound and on those ridges to their southern side, because that means they won't be completely stuck in a bowl. They would be able to go and participate in any fights that they see further away. And I mean, that's vital. You need to have a good spot, which they have inside that compound, but you need to also have some sort of eye line or eyesight anywhere else in case the zone either shifts off of you, or so you can third party into fights or just get in fights in general, because you need the kill points as well.
And of course, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of fighting erupting as we move our way in towards that third phase. We're still sitting on almost 16 teams. And of course, we still have 63 players alive. Everyone's still trying to find a decent position to move on into. You can see the players here, of course, now from the HOTLINE team. Keeping a watchful eye over towards the side there of the players from Flare Loyal. Flare Loyal also now just exploring still a little bit. Moving up bit by bit, trying to find a good position to be in. And of course, potentially to rotate out of as soon as this next zone pops. But, of course, the players there from a HOTLINE, as you can see, over towards the cigar. Now, quite a few teams also just still spread out. Picado, we don't see any teams in there. The zone, still fairly in that region. But, of course, now we have the next phase shifting up in towards Monte Nuevo. So this is where things are going to get interesting, because we got the crossroads there and quite a few mountainous parts as well.
I really like this spot up on top of plains as well. From up here, you'll be able to see a ton, and it looks like SCYTES, they are directly beside them, being able to play in these bowls and identify that all these other compounds are open in front of them. So there still is a lot of unexplored territory in these zones because it's hard shifted over to the western side. A lot of these teams that are now coming in are still finding spots that are open. I mean, as each zone continues to close, we can see that this one actually, this is where all that unexplored territory doesn't matter anymore, because the zone actually went and shifted towards where a lot of teams already are. So it looks like our northeastern side is about to get in a lot of fighting, especially with this new zone shift, as the hard shifted down to the southwest. And everybody else who's currently inside zone, whoever is down to the southwest right now, they're home free. There's nobody around them.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty jam-packed zone, as we see so many teams all now, of course, still situated over towards this eastern side. Zombies being one of the teams as they now push forward onto the side here of YaLLa. You can hear those shots coming in, the utilities getting sent across as well. They're trying to find those hits, but it seems like the team there from YaLLa, they're holding strong for the time being, just huddled up in the compound, trying to not put themselves in harm's way just yet. But of course, Zombies now pushing in. As you can see, the players there from RTG also now just coming into zone from that eastern side. And then we still wait to see where the rest of the teams are going to try and go. But I mean, Salen not a wasting. He rushes in to the side of YaLLa, sends up those nades. Bandar now up on the roof, sends off a quick one as well. We got the plane coming overhead, but the nades are still just going off all over the place. This is where the Zombies now start to bounce onto the side. Oh, Bandar gets knocked out. It is now up to Hunam as he tries to hold his own against the side there from Zombies, but they are relentless in their efforts. RTG now also could potentially get drawn into this fight.
I honestly really like what Zombies did here. They knew the power grid was now edged. They only ever saw, I guess, a few people over here inside of Shanty, so they just decided to be aggressive and take it. I mean, where else are they going to go? They have no idea what else is further inside this zone, so it hard shifted away from them. So they decided to take that fight, and it worked out for them. There were only 2 people inside this compound. They killed them. Now there's only 1 left, and he's at the rocks all the way on the southern side, where he might not even get involved in any of these fights whatsoever, because now RTG is here. So he just wants to be a quiet solo down to the southern side while everybody else slowly moves in as well. But Zombies, they have a really good spot just off to the eastern side now.
Oh man, just looking at that zone, we've got an interesting spread with teams, and of course the next zone pops right down into the south in favor of the players there from Real Tiger 9, NASR, and of course SUDOR. But we're still waiting to see who's going to be the first team to get sent back into the lobby. All 16 teams, of course, still in play. The shots now for lining up onto the side there of the players from SCYTES. As you can see, Bood, of course, getting knocked out as well. And the players from Loyal just hanging around in the vicinity, just tapping away. Alpha now also coming under a bit of pressure as they get isolated on the edge of the cliffs here. Lost moving up easy, finds an easy angle on towards them. As you can see, those shots just raining down onto the side of Alpha, and so many more heads just lining up in that kill feed.
Wow, what are with these hard shifts? They're absolutely so hard. Oh no! Easy, he was trying to prep a nade, but he ends up getting knocked out anyway. That nade should be directly beside him, shouldn't it? But, I mean, they were able to do a ton of damage to Alpha Legends. There is only one left. I mean, he wants this. Oh! And he got it. That was a really nice nade.
Wow. I mean, fantastic utilization of that nade. Well placed, on point. And of course, with that, it ends it right there for the Alpha Legends. But now, 15 teams remain. You see the players here from Loyal still holding up on the side of the players here from SCYTES. But of course, that zone has moved down in towards the south. So the teams now need to try to make their way down in towards those southern territories. As that is, of course, where they need to find themselves. You can see GUNZ. Oh, Rauf just flying off of the top of that mountain. A bit of a crash landing. Fortunately for him, he was in the vehicle. But now the SCYTES and Loyal are battling it out, exchanging a few shots. Of course, the players here from HOTLINE also getting engaged with the players there from Falcons. They got the one knock going in. Damar still holding up. Raad gets eliminated. Wow, this lobby is really starting to heat up. As you can see, of course, the teams just trying to squeeze on in from that southeastern side. SUDOR, GSG, we've got the players there, and of course also from HOTLINE. Everyone just lined up and ready to roll.
Wow, I mean, SUDOR, they're the only one inside this zone down here, and it looks like they ended up letting iKURD in front of them, taking that center compound. But from here, maybe they're hoping to be able to go and capitalize off all these teams needing to push in this direction. This is where the majority of the teams would be coming in. And as you can see, it's really difficult to go and find a place. Even HOTLINE Esports, they found themselves a shack. All four of them are sharing the same thing. Meanwhile, everybody around them, even the solo from GSG, still trying to do damage by tossing in a ton of util into their smokes.
Well, of course, another solo we have is there from RTG, just off on the side behind them. So a few stragglers now, of course, identified on the map here. Waiting to see how these players are going to go at it. As you can see, we've got a few fights now also starting to erupt up in the north. But SUDOR getting ready, just trying to push in a little bit for the relocating that vehicle. GSG also still trying to gain entry down to 2 players. But now SUDOR starts to take aim, puts the shots in. So far, we are also now, having the shots coming into the side there. Zorro gets knocked right out. And with that, RTG also gets eliminated.
Yeah, looks like SUDOR, they're able to at least get some kills down there. Yeah, GSG being eliminated as well. We saw him tossing out a ton of smokes, but it looks like unable to get inside this next zone. And once again, the hardships continue, shifting directly on top of a team. It looks like NASR, they have the very center zone. And meanwhile, fights happening around them is going to have Flare Loyal team eliminated too. There's 11 teams still alive. The zone's still way too small for all of these teams. And NASR, all they have to do is kind of just wait for people to come to them. At this point, I have a feeling that some teams might crash onto their compound, so it's just a question of, are they going to continue to be spread out inside that compound, or are they going to start condensing together?
Oh, well, either way, I can tell you, whichever way they flip that coin, it is going to be a really, really tough one. As just looking at this region here, I mean, this eastern side of the zone is looking so challenging. We can see the last player there from YaLLa still just huddled up on the top of that mountain. The players from Zombies up ahead. Falcon spread out in front. We got the players here from HOTLINE now coming under fire as SUDOR turns their attention on towards them. But of course, they also still need to get into the zone. Blue zone is starting to close on in. Oh, down goes YaLLa as the shots find their way on through. And now we are down to 10 teams. HOTLINE coming under fire once again. But we've got a nice rush happening up in the northern side as the players here from Zombies come crashing down onto the side. Oh, vehicle explosion. There we go. Nice little bit of defense coming in sight. Still in it. 2 players remain. We got Ghost and Abood still holding on. Zombies also now just trying to find that approach, but they
wow. Nicely done. I mean, iKURD, they got that center compound. It looks like they're actually doing a lot from that spot, being able to find a lot of people playing outside in the field. So, but they do have to be a little bit careful because, as you can see, they have a little snake in their compound currently crawling around right in between their buildings. Meanwhile, I mean, down there's a huge fight. On the northern side, there's a huge fight of multiple teams trying to get inside the zone. 9 teams, still too many people at 27 alive as well. There's definitely a lot of broken teams, and it looks like Zombies able to stay alive with 3 up so far. Still have to deal with 2 people up to their northern side, and they're trying to. SCYTES actually trying to take them out with a ton of nades right now. Oh, wait.
Wow, the nades, the mollies, everything just getting sent all over the place. Players there from Zombies, of course, just feeling that come in as Raouf sends a beautiful nade across. But of course, as you mentioned, there's so many fights all across the zone. The eastern side is looking pretty tight. West is looking tight. North is looking tight. Everyone is trying to get on in. Zombies down to potentially just 2 players. If Hamco can pull off that res on break. But now we had the players there from the hotline trying to gain their entry as well. As you can see now, Thanos, the last remaining player, comes rushing out, trying to send the shots into the side there. But of course, now gets forced forward as iKURD is just waiting. Oh, up comes the hits and down goes hotline. But of course, now we wait to see where they're going to try and move in. Blue zone is in play. They are in the danger zone. And there's not a lot of options for these teams left to rotate into.
I'm honestly really surprised that nobody went on ahead and made a crash into NASR Esports. Instead, they've just been able to play in their compound this entire time unscathed. And this next zone shift, while their entire compound isn't inside of zone, some of it still is, so they're still fine. Meanwhile, like, all these teams are fighting multiple team fights on the outskirts. Nobody went on ahead and crashed towards the locations they really would want to be inside of. But I guess a push is going to happen soon. We can see RICO Affinity directly beside them. First of all, trying to take out Real Tiger 9 up to their northern side before, I assume, they go and push onto NASR.
We saw the players there from SCYTES also getting eliminated. Now we are sitting on 7 teams. And as you mentioned, RICO Infinity, they are really trying their best to get those shots into the side. And of course, finding one of the knocks into the Real Tiger 9s. Getting a second one to follow that up. And of course, with that, Real Tiger 9 gets eliminated. Now he's sitting on 6 teams. The players there from Zombies now coming under fire. Of course, now only a 2-man team. Hamco still trying to get the heal back in towards break. You can see also the players here from GUNZ just in front of them. NASR, Miracle, tapping away slowly. Waiting for that opening. Trying to cause a little bit of damage to the vehicle. The players here from RICO also now positioned over towards the western side. They're still trying to find a way on into the zone. But the Raouf might have gotten spotted out by the side there of RICO Infinity. So 6 teams. This is a really tough zone for them to play in.
Honestly, NASR, they need this game to go on ahead and go well. But RICO Infinity team, they've been doing so well in these games so far. It looks like they're kind of getting ready to be a little bit aggressive, grabbing that vehicle. I wonder where they're going to go. Are they going to crash or just take the bull on the northern side? It looks like the answer might be the bull, but this is going to give them the opportunity to get a lot more kills here with this split so far.
Wow, they move in, finishes it off for the side there of GUNZ. Of course, now they're not stopping at that just yet. They continue to push in, sends the nade into the side of the Zombies there. It's an absolutely relentless effort from RICO. Infinity 8 Hamco. Once again, the final play, a few shots now also making their way from NASR over in towards the side there of iKURD. But let's see now, up comes NASR for the players here from RICO Infinity Spots. Oh, the Zombies. And down they go. Beautiful elimination. But of course, now 4 teams remain. It is NASR, it is iKURD, it is SUDOR, and it is RICO Infinity.
It looks like RICO Infinity kind of decided to do a 2-2 split. They're just like, you know what, you two go to the north, we'll stay to the south, and we'll just see who survives longer. Grab as many kill points as possible, and let's see how far we go. So it looks like 2 of them kind of need to go and take care of the rest of NASR inside this compound. I mean, it's a 2v2 left. The other 2 members of NASR didn't make it out of their warehouse on the southern side. So this honestly is looking pretty good for RICO Infinity, currently with 8 kills so far, and just picking up another one there.
Oh, iKURD getting caught out in the open. Of course, that smoke is about to start dissipating, but now you can see the players all just spread out. Only one player potentially in zone, and that, of course, being on the side there of iKURD. But here we go now. RICO Infinity applying the pressure onto the side of NASR. They are trying to get the sweep. They are trying to get the squad wipe. Will they be able to pull it off? Two players stand between them, and pulling that off. Down goes Chico. The next one up, of course, being the last remaining player who also gets eliminated. And with that, NASR gets sent back in 4th place. 3 teams now remain. It is RICO Infinity, it is SUDOR, and it is the players from iKURD. As you can see them still just perched on that far eastern side behind a few rocks, trying to find that position.
Well, I mean, it's currently a 3v2v1. RICO Infinity team currently the one with the most amount of people, but definitely not the best spot inside the zone. The question is, will they be able to spot out the solo from SUDOR Esports or the 2 members from iKURD? The answer is yes onto at least one of them. They're actually, wait, iKURD Esports is currently completely eliminated. Now it's just down to a 3v1. SUDOR Esports aren't inside zone whatsoever. Will he be able to take down RICO Infinity team? He takes down one, but the trade comes through, and that was an amazing game for RICO Infinity. Wow.
That was a crazy, crazy show of aggression coming in from RICO Infinity. Once again, that is their second chicken dinner. What a play, though. I mean, RICO Infinity just on fire. But, of course, we'll give you guys a full breakdown of the match right after the break. Hello and welcome back. We just saw an absolutely phenomenal performance coming in our 4th match of day 2 of our first Super Weekend for PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Absolutely phenomenal performances that we had. RICO Infinity coming in once again with another chicken dinner. Wow.
I'm honestly so surprised by their 2-2 split there and how well it worked out. I mean, I guess they had the idea. They're just like, okay, we don't want to fully commit to this compound. Maybe we should go and send some few people over to that dip and figure out what needs to happen over there. And they were still strong as two duos. So they were able to take out Zombies on the northern side, take that dip for themselves, which ended up grabbing them in position inside that zone. And the other two that ended up taking on NASR, they ended up being able to wipe them and take that position as well. That was really, really well played by them. Let's go on ahead and take a look at those match standings as well, especially because I want to see how everybody else went on ahead and did. You see RICO Infinity team with 13 total kill points and a total of 28 points. And I mean, SUDOR Esports, they were able to grab second with 5 kills, a total of 17. It looks like the second most kills is 7 for iKURD Esports. And it also looks like iKURD with 17 total points. NASR ended up grabbing 4th with 11. Zombies also with 11. GUNZ Esports grabbing 6 with 8 total points. Real Tiger 9, and so on. I mean, even down from 9th to 16th place. It looks like SCYTES and Flare Loyal team with 5 each, equal with kill points as well. Falcon and YaLLa being able to pick up 1. Unfortunately, 13th through 16th, unable to go and grab a lot of points as well. A lot of these teams, actually, it looks like once again, compared to our last game, we're still able to grab a lot of points, still heavy towards our first place team in this match. And even taking a look at this total damage bar graph, right, we can see this, that RICO Infinity team grabbing that 13 kills with 25-35 damage. That is a massive amount of damage for the amount of kills they're able to pick up, especially in contrast to the team in second there with 5 kills, 1442, and 7 kills, the second most amount of kills, with only 1330 damage for all of these teams in that last match. And I mean, continuing on with the rest of what happened in that match, again, we ended up seeing a pretty hard zone shift for our Miramar games. I mean, it kept going on ahead and centering around a road that otherwise was completely open. It had a very few compounds inside of it, everybody really having to use their map knowledge to find those small bowls, find those few rocks to be able to play behind. And I mean, once again, RICO Infinity being able to go on ahead and crash into that situation on the north and southern side was absolutely huge for them in the end.
Yeah, of course, we saw some insane plays coming in, and you know, I'm really liking what the teams are doing here today. You know, just bringing up that gameplay to the next level, coming out of nowhere, just stepping in. And I mean, RICO Infinity, they are just dominating the Miramar games, especially today.
I agree. Actually, I mean, they were able to go on ahead and show themselves up for a lot of these past few games. Even the Sanhok game, they were able to grab second. So let's go ahead and take a look at those highlights. Maybe we'll be able to see how they ended up coming in on that western side, along with, of course, everybody else's awesome moments. That on top of the rock was huge, and it looks like Zombie Esports, I didn't even realize they got in a fight in Power Grid early on as well before they made a move.
Oh well, some good shots coming in. You can see now the players there from Flare Loyal trying to find a few hits. Up comes this beautiful nade to end it for the players there from Alpha. Absolutely phenomenally played. Such a spot-on nade. But of course, quite a bit of aggression that we saw in the zone once again. So many great hits. I mean, just look at where iKURD coming in with those slow, steady, consistent taps into the side there of Zombies. Another beautiful nade from HOTLINE. I mean, these players really play a next level match.
That they did. Oh my goodness, all these zones again, they just keep seeming to hard shift away from the majority of these teams as well. So the majority of these teams still have to find a hard situation, and they find themselves in an even harder situation to make rotation into. Even that last 2 kills there on those few teams at the very end there for RICO Infinity, just being able to spot them out behind those rocks and find those hits, they didn't even give them a chance.
But I mean, even if we look at the first Miramar map where we had RICO Infinity also getting that chicken dinner, they also just managed to find themselves in such a beautiful position, just swooping in, claiming whatever was left for them to claim, and ended up with a chicken dinner in this match again. Really good positioning, good placement, good rotations, and just staying there, bringing in that aggression, and at the end, once again, swooping in from the north, bouncing on the teams down in the south, and getting a chicken dinner. So whatever they've been practicing on Miramar, it's really paying off. I mean, if we look at that first match in which they finished off on 11 kills. This last one, they finished off even stronger.
And I think that's because in the first Miramar match, they were in the compound up on the northern side where the zone kept shifting to, and nobody ended up crashing them, right? They couldn't really participate in any of the fights just based off the terrain. They're too far in a dip. This time, the zone wasn't shifting towards them. They were the ones that were outside the zone on the edge, and they were the ones that had to go ahead and be aggressive pushing in. So, of course, they were going to go and get a lot more kills just having to push in, be aggressive, and take over those positions that they ended up being able to grab for themselves. So it looks like they're both able to succeed in a situation where they're kind of stuck, unable to really be overly aggressive on anything, but they know to wait, do not overextend and be taken down. But then they also play really well the situation where they have to be aggressive and push on the things and take it for themselves. So both of them, that team can do.
Yeah, I mean, even when they were playing on Sanhok, you know, they still made it up into the top two, made it up into that final zone, unfortunately getting taken out, but still a really strong performance coming in from them. But strangely enough, the first match wasn't such a strong showing for them. But of course, let's get into the overall standings to see where exactly these teams are at the current moment. And as you can see, of course, the players there from Falcons, they are holding on to pole position with 120 points. We've got a few more teams joining them up in the century. Of course, RICO Infinity holding strong in second place. Also 2 chicken dinners, 116 points. Zombies, 2 chicken dinners, 108 points. Then, of course, we've got the players there from Alpha Legends, 1 chicken dinner, 103 points. And then GUNZ coming in 5th place. No chicken dinner, but 100 points to place them there.
Yeah, it looks like GUNZ Esports also one of the teams that are able to be really consistent in their placement points, because even taking a look at the people above them, it was them and Alpha Legends, right? So they found themselves in the 4th and 5th place, and honestly, their placement points aren't too far away from the 3 teams above them. The difference is the amount of winner chicken dinner. So that means they really are still being able to find themselves in those first few placement points to continue to be able to that high on this leaderboard.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And of course, speaking about chicken dinners, I mean, the players there from NASR also finding a chicken dinner, sitting on 82 points. The players from RTG Esports in 7th place on 74. And then, of course, you've got the players there from iKURD Esports over in 8th place on 61 points. But we're seeing a really strong showing, especially when it comes in with those skill points. But of course, we move on to the second half of the standings. As we can see, here we find the players from Ra'ad, also chicken dinner, 55 points. So once again, we're seeing a little bit of similarity to what we had in the qualifying games, where the teams had chicken dinners, but not necessarily finding themselves in the top half of that leaderboard.
Yeah, there's still a majority of chicken dinners on the other half of this leaderboard as well. And something else that we didn't end up being able to point out on the other half is that Zombies Esports, they're in 3rd place right now with a total of 108 points, but they only have 46 placement points and 62 kill points, which obviously the 42 placement points are not in line with the people around them. That put them in around 6th place right now in terms of only placement points. But 62 kill points, they have the most kills out of all the teams so far, and that's why they're so far up this leaderboard. They're in 3rd place with that right now, just purely based off of the majority kill points. And I'm pretty sure that was the same case for them in the qualifying rounds as well. So it looks like they're really able to go on ahead and frag out.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is key, you know, and aggression is really working out for the players here from Zombies, as you mentioned, you know, 62 kills already. That is so far ahead. The nearest team to them, of course, being the players from RICO Infinity, is sitting on 56. So that is a 6 kill point difference. So I'm curious to see, of course, how our final match is going to go. Because these teams have just been playing next level matches throughout today. And, of course, yesterday as well. Bringing in so many points, so many kills. playing such a strategic game. It is an absolute blast to watch these teams just go to work and make their way through these matches. So of course, you know, obviously quite excited to see what that Erangel match is going to be. But of course now the question comes in is, will we see one of the teams, for instance, say Alpha Legends, GUNZ or NASR, be able to get the chicken in the next match? Or will it go once again over to Infinity or Falcons or even Zombies? Because take in mind, the teams sitting up in first, second and third, they've all already been able to bring in 2 chicken dinners. That is just insane. And looking at this level of competition, who they're going up against, being able to accomplish that and bring in such a high kill count and as well as those total points, it's absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who, if they're going to be able to be one of the teams that gets our first 3 chicken dinners throughout PMPL so far. I'm interested to see if any of those 3 teams are going to be able to do that. Otherwise, yeah, I want to see if anybody else is going to join the leaderboard in terms of winner chicken dinners, or if anyone's going to join them with 2 as well. And as you already said, we're going to see that in this last game. I'm really interested to see if they're going to do that, because we already pointed out the differences between qualifiers and the Super Weekend, and how it does seem like teams are more playing towards getting the win, obviously, for the pricing and the points. But we also know that so many other teams are capable of doing so. So there's so many teams that went on ahead, and there's so many teams that I'm looking at right now, because all of them have been really shining in different areas. There really isn't a team that we haven't seen something from, but there still are a few teams that I want to see if they can go ahead and get another chicken dinner from qualifiers now that we're into the Super Weekend.
Definitely an interesting point to see, because we have a few teams that are having a little bit of a stumble in today's matches so far. So, you know, they at least still have one more day to kind of make up for that, to try and bring in those additional points and improve their standings on the leaderboard. But I'm curious to see if we'll maybe even see that happening in the last match that we've got, because consistently now we've seen some of the teams not being awarded any points just yet. But of course, what's also interesting to find out rather, is, you know, we've also been able to have an interview with one of the players, and we're going to be moving into that pretty soon. So it's nice to get that player's kind of point of view as to what is happening in this game. So yeah, of course, now looking towards one of the players there from Team Ra'ad, just to hear what their thoughts are on, well, what the Super Weekend is so far.
اليوم انا ان شاء الله حكون موجود مع دشا من فريق الرعد اي سبورتس. مبدئيا دشا، كيف حاسس حالك اليوم؟
تمام الحمد لله كله بخير.
طيب هلا خلينا نبدا بكم سؤال. صراحه حابين نعرف كيف كانت رحلتك، كيف كانت مغامرتك في عالم الببجي موبايل، وكيف بدأت بالضبط؟
انا بدات العب ببجي موبايل من 3 سنين. بدات العب كومبتيتيف او الليفل التنافسي من سنه ونص تقريبا، والحمد لله من منظمه لمنظمه لاعلى، ووصلت للليفل اللي انا فيه دلوقتي اللي هو البي ام بي ال.
وايش كانت اول بطوله ببجي موبايل اللي شاركت فيها؟
كانت بطولة على رويال باس، يعني كان حاجة بسيطة جدا، بس كسبتها وكانت دفعة معنوية ليا ان اكمل بعد كده يعني.
طب هلا لما بنطلع مثلا عندك على عائلتك وعلى اصدقائك، كيف كانت ردة فعلهم لما حكيت لهم انه انت بدك تشارك في بطولات زي البي ام سي او زي البي ام بي ال، اي بطولات في ببجي موبايل؟
الموضوع ما كانش بشكل جدي طبعا، بس لما الاهل طبعا شافوني ان انا مهتم بالموضوع، بدات اسيب جزء كبير من حياتي للموضوع ده. بداوا يدوني مساحتي الشخصيه ولقوني ناجح، فادوني الفرصه كامله يعني، وانا بشكرهم على كده. اهلي واصحابي كلهم يعني في الاول برضو كانوا واخدين الموضوع باستهزاء وكده، بس دلوقتي هم بيفتخروا بيا قدام الناس، فالحمد لله يعني.
الحمد لله يا رب. طب وهلا بما انك لاعب محترف عندنا في ببجي موبايل وفي الساحه العربيه، شو حتكون شو الجولز تبعتك؟ شو الاشياء اللي ناوي تنجزها خلال هاي الفتره؟
والله تركيزي الحالي منصب على البي ام بي ال، وان اقدر اتاهل الستيج اللي بعدها، وان اقدر يعني اوصل تيمي لليفل انه يقدر ينافس التيمات الاعلى حتى من المستوى العربي ان شاء الله يعني.
I mean, how great is that? Just to see that support coming in, you know, and that especially the esports is a very essential part to have that support coming in from friends, having that support come in from family. Because I'm not gonna lie, for quite some time, if you tell people I'm into gaming, I'm into this kind of thing, they go like, oh yeah, this is funny. Like you're never gonna get anywhere. But now, I mean, here we are, sitting on the PUBG Mobile Pro League, seeing some absolutely insane, phenomenal plays coming in from these teams representing the Arabia region. This is just next level stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like usually a lot of players kind of have the same backstory, right? And I mean, hopefully as the years go by, that's going to swiftly change. But usually it all comes from the same backstory, like, oh, you're gaming, and kind of that conversation. But honestly, yeah, right when people realize how serious it is and they're at such a high level, it's really lovely to see that support coming in from friends, family, and seeing how proud of everyone should be. Because all of these players, all of these teams inside of this game right now that we're watching should be proud of their accomplishments, being able to make it here. Because these are some of the best players for PUBG Mobile in the world at this point, being able to make it into PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, and it's really a tough competition, just looking at what we've been seeing over our past few matches. And of course, we've got one more left to go. We're going to be moving into those lovely hills of Erangel to see how the teams are going to fare on that one. But of course, get into that. Is there any particular team that you think is going to be coming in pretty dominantly in the coming match? Or are you still just kind of keeping it open to see just in general how the teams perform?
You know, RICO Infinity team, they've been doing so well in these past few games. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the top 3 once again. I mean, Zombie Esports, they've been bringing it back. I mean, I believe at the beginning they were in 11th place, and now they found themselves in 3rd place. I want to see if they're going to be able to rack up those kill points, or if they're going to be able to surprise us with a little bit more placement points once again. So I think those two I'm definitely keeping an eye on, and especially NASR Esports as well, because they came in here in 1st place. They're currently in 6th place. I want to see if they're going to be able to pull themselves back out of that hole as well.
Yeah, we definitely know that NASR is one of those teams that is capable of doing that. As you mentioned, you know, coming into the Super Weekend, they came in with a really strong showing from the qualifying matches, the qualifying days. So we've seen that they are capable of doing that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this coming match, whether or not they'll be able to make that comeback, get a little bit of justice for what they've been going at. They already have 1 chicken dinner under their belt. Now they could potentially be looking for that second one and joining the teams who already have two chicken dinners for the Super Weekend. So yeah, definitely agree. It's going to be interesting to see how they go about it. But of course, then also Alpha Legends, they've also got a chicken dinner. Ra'ad also got a chicken dinner. So there's a few teams that are in the running for that. But I'm also waiting to see whether or not GUNZ Esports will be able to bring in a chicken. They are in 5th place. Good consistency when it comes to points and performance in general. But now, will it be good enough to bring in that chicken dinner? That is what I'm going to be watching for in this match.
Yeah, you're right. They are the top team without a winner chicken dinner so far. So, yeah, honestly, any of these teams at the top of the leaderboard could go on ahead and surprise us and grab that once again. I'm kind of trying to decide, do I want to see a team going ahead and get 3, or do I want to see another team join the 3 other teams with 2, or do I want to see a completely other team going ahead and win their first winner chicken dinner? I kind of am leaning towards the last one, because I want to see these teams going ahead and be able to perform the way that we know that they can perform.
Yeah. Now, obviously, looking at the teams sitting at the top of the leaderboard, you know, it's obvious they can perform, right?
Yeah.
But we got teams also not having the greatest amount of points at the current moment, all right? But we know also that these teams are also very capable of performing. So again, I'm going to sit in a hope and watch the teams that are at the lower end of that leaderboard, hoping to see them improve and get into that position where they could potentially, you know, get stronger points, improve their position overall on that leaderboard. Because also, there's 4 teams that we have out of the 20 teams that are not playing in the Super Weekend. So they also, all 16 teams currently playing, have a little bit of an advantage over the teams that are still to find their way into Super Weekend. And of course, what better place to get the point lead going as in the first Super Weekend?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the best case scenario, obviously, for all these teams are to make it into every single Super Weekend, because that will give them the opportunity to get more prize pool, but also just get those points that will lead them into finals. So kind of at this point, something that I was going to bring up in next qualifiers actually is I want to see what happens with those few teams that didn't make it into this first week, if they're going to be able to bring it back and absolutely rack up a bunch of points and make it into finals as well. That's something I'm going to keep an eye on throughout this entire process.
Well, that would definitely make for a fantastic story, you know, like the road to the Super Weekend kind of story coming in from the teams that didn't make it into this first one. And I mean, it'd be interesting to see, especially how the players like, for instance, Galaxy Racer, the Snipers, Fnatic, and Fate, how they would perform in the Super Weekend. But of course, without further ado, we're going to be moving straight in to our final match of the day. As you can see, we are on the lovely island of Erangel as we are now making our way on through, coming in from that Malta power side, heading over up in towards the north. And well, as you know, you can see, of course, on screen, Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And that is really what we're expecting to see with the teams in this match. That final show, that final gamer mode engagement coming in from them. Already quite a few players making their way on through on this slight northeastern flight path that we just had.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting by Malta Power, ending directly beside Severny. This plane path, as you mentioned, is very northeastern, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a zone end up shifting over there, but obviously we've been wrong before, in which case could create some really hard rotations. But luckily, I still think this plane path is still big enough that a lot of these teams don't need to go anywhere near each other. At this point, I think we've kind of, you know, definitely accomplished or realized that none of these teams have any intentions on hot dropping each other, especially this early on inside of the game. We haven't seen that whatsoever so far. And there is also our first phase pop as well. Looks like it's actually kind of half and halving the military island and the mainland, but it'll be interesting to see where phase 2 ends up taking us and where everybody decides to prioritize for this first zone.
Well, it's nice to see, okay, so sites normally go into Sosnovka, into the military base itself, right? So it's nice to see a little bit of a change up, not pushing all the way in, but of course also the flight path didn't really allow them to reach all the way down into that far southern drop. But now, looking up in towards the north, the zone itself, that northwestern side over towards Rozhok School, it is looking pretty spicy, pretty jam-packed with just the big number of teams within that region.
Yeah, so far everybody quite spread out. I mean, they're the teams that are going to have the most difficulty getting inside this new zone, as we can already tell. There's so many people that are on the edge of this new zone that making a rotation through them is going to be difficult. So it's kind of just a waiting game, making sure that they move first, get away from that edge further inside zone so that they can go ahead and backfill those edge zone positions. But, I mean, everybody else who end up finding themselves towards the center of this first phase, I'm interested to see where they decide to post up, because as we know, some of these buildings, some of these compounds or terrain locations are definitely better than others, and I'm curious to see what they choose.
I agree. It's going to be interesting to see what they choose and where they're going to be rotating into. But I mean, this is an exciting match. This is the final match of today for these teams to get in there, get those points, get the placement where they would potentially like to see themselves realistically being going into tomorrow's games. So I'm very excited to see how the teams are going to go about that task, how they're going to perform, and, well, whether or not they're going to play a more strategic game, a more calculated game, more aggressive, or maybe just a more relaxed approach to this final one.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, we've seen so many different styles of play. Usually, when they need to. You know, we've seen the same team be aggressive when they need to, be passive when they need to. That honestly, anything that they do, I don't know if I'd be surprised about it at this point. But it's just then the question of, are they being passive or aggressive in the correct moments? Which there definitely have been a few where I feel like they've been questionable. You know, there is a moment where, oh, they probably should have been more aggressive on that, wiped the people out sooner and stuff like that. So I'm interested to see what all these teams are going to continue to decide in certain situations.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting final match that we're moving into. You can see the players here from sides now just moving into where they are comfortable, where they know the lay of the land, and of course that is over in towards the Sosnovka. But the same, of course, can be said for the players from Rad, you know, dropping in towards Lipovka, going about getting their loot on completely uncontested. They can get themselves set up for the coming phases and for the coming fights. So I'm definitely waiting to see where these players are going to try and rotate up into, as we of course saw where the zone had shifted in towards, and a few interesting rotations could still come from that.
You're completely right. Yeah, a lot of these guys could make some really interesting rotations, especially from their really far locations. It's just a question of, like we said, who is, like, everybody that's already on the edge of this zone. If they make a rotation in now, that means that all the edges will be able to be freed up. Or if all those people, I mean, we've seen teams before go a little bit too far. Like, they come out from super far outside the zone and they get really close to the center zone, and then they're just completely in the center of everybody getting shot up from every direction. So it's kind of like that awareness. It's like, make sure that you're not going anywhere that you know that you can't go to.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this is going to go, because we've seen players pull rabbits out of hats, pull hats out of rabbits. You know, it goes either which way. So yeah, I'm really keen to see how these fights are going to evolve, how these teams are going to try and rotate in, trying to get those locations, trying to get those overpowering plays. And of course, well, one of the potential spots where we could have exactly that is right here on the side of Flare Loyal, as they now, as we see Easy now pushing up and testing fate against the side of the players here from RTG.
Yeah, but looks like Easy ended up making his way outside the building. It looks like the rest of Loyal are actually pushing as well, but he's going to find himself down instantly. Marshall gets traded out, so it's down 1-1 for both of these teams. We can see that Arthur and Esther, they're both here trying to help out, getting a knock at a Lazy. That means there's just 2 left for RTG as the rest of Loyal team. You can see them driving on by, ready to push. Oh, but Senke gets inside as well. At this point, Esther could be trapped between 2 people, and that means it's just down to Flare Gun versus 2 members of RTG inside this 1-2-story building.
Man, this is getting super hot, super spicy. Nice aggressive start to the final match. Flare Gun are now going all out, trying to find those heads into the side of the players here from RTG, but they are relentless in their effort. They keep on pushing in, keep on trying to find the angle, and down they go. Oh, Flare Loyal, the first team eliminated. What a tough start that was, but of course, well, they did finish that one off with at least 2 kills, so not a bad showing at all for them.
Not at all, but that was an interesting fight this early on. I mean, I guess Flare Loyal team crashing onto this Easy. I don't think that he had an ability to disengage off of it after he had already crashed, but then I guess their decision to fully commit to it. I guess they really wanted that location. They wanted to go on ahead and protect their teammate, and unfortunately, honestly, that was really close. They almost went on ahead and pulled that off there. It was down to just a 2v1 at the very end. So it could have been successful, is I guess what I'm saying. I don't think that is a wrong decision, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It just a little bit differently, a different outcome could have happened.
Now, of course, I mean, we see the players here also from SUDOR hoping for a good outcome for them as they now move closer and closer to the side here of SCYTES. SCYTES fairly split up at the moment, as you can see. Phobia already taking that position. The shots coming in from atop the hill. Really good positioning from SUDOR there. But now I'd like to see what the players there from SCYTES can do. Will we see them potentially moving up, regrouping, just fortifying that angle? But however, on the opposite end of the map though, NASR just comes rushing into the side here of RTG, applying a nice bit of aggression as they find their way right on the doorstep. Not exactly a third party, but, well, they did suffer a few casualties not too long ago. As you can see, Senke now getting knocked out and, well, using a quick moment there as Flame just grabs the vehicle and just gets right out of there to secure the team for a little while longer. But now, of course, you can still see the fight happening down in the south there between the players from SCYTES and the team there from SUDOR, as SUDOR is now closing in on towards him. And here we go, straight back into the action. The players there from SCYTES now down to only 2 remaining players. Oh, the final confirms finding their way on through. You can see, of course, Phobia now positioned up on top. Here we got Ghost not too far away either. But the players from SUDOR, they are rushing into the building, applying the pressure. They're trying to get those hits, trying to get those confirms. They want those points. They find yet another knock. Now there's only 1 player from SCYTES remaining. That is, of course, Ghost. You can see him just there on the far side. But this is once again where SUDOR is applying that pressure. Oh, Ghost tries to rotate out with a buggy. The shots come on through. Will he make it? Oh, barely escapes that for the time being, though.
Wow, I mean, I'm surprised by the crash from NASR unless they were really close by and decided to go ahead and capitalize it. And SUDOR, I'm not really surprised by their crash onto this. I mean, we saw that they did a ton of damage, that we cut away from them when they were driving down the mountain. And it looks like they just really wanted to be aggressive on this and obviously take this crossroad position for themselves. From here, I wonder if they'll be able to do something like, I mean, obviously they want it so that they can cross the bridge, but also I wonder if they're able to capitalize it any other way. At this point, I don't think that they're going to go for a witch hunt onto Ghost though, so he might be able to survive as a solo at least for a while longer, but maybe that'll convince SUDOR to stay at this bridge for a bit longer to see if they can catch him out.
It's going to be interesting. I definitely agree on that. And I mean, now Ghost needs to make a few difficult calls. Do you rotate? Do you stay? As you can see, of course, on the mini-map there, the players from SUDOR, they've decided, you know what, we're going to rush straight on in, turn up that aggression, and go on a bit of a hunt. They want that final point. They want that final play. And up comes 3 of the players from SUDOR, of course, keeping 1 just there on the off angle, just for the sake of being safe. And, of course, they confirm the kill. They find the elimination onto the side there of the team from SCYTES. And with that, of course, we now move in to only 14 teams remaining. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams go, as we, of course, now see the players there from YaLLa positioned right on top of Potato Hill.
Yeah, this is a nice entry position for them in this new zone. Oh, it looks like one of the iKURD members also listening to some intense music, getting into the mood for this last game as well, as he's also finding himself a spot on top of this hill. Definitely not a spot that they're going to stay for forever, but just a little bit of a scouting spot up on top of this hill. This is the time where a lot of these teams, like we already mentioned, some of these teams, since they're coming in late, they want to be playing edge to be a little bit safe as they scout in, see where else they can play out of, and hopefully everybody outside of them will be able to find a compound just inside the zone. It looks like they're also nading some invisible enemies off to their western side there.
I mean, those are the toughest enemies to fight against, the invisible ones. Because you never know where they're going to be coming from. But of course, now looking over towards the zone, you can see quite a few players starting to rotate in from the northwestern side of the zone, making their way on through, getting ready to push into a compound a little bit further down. And the zone goes into B mode, shifting so hard down into the southeastern side. I mean, Ra'ad already in zone, the zombies already in zone, but the rest of the lobby need to now try and find their way in. That is an insane zone shift.
Where do they even go? All the good spots are obviously already taken. We can see that Milta is just inside. Honestly, I bet the majority of these teams are going to go on ahead and send it into Milta. Whenever there's a city still inside a really hard zone, everybody just ends up piling into the city because obviously a bunch of teams can be playing directly beside each other in very few buildings. So it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Everybody already taking those beaches, trying to get towards Milta. It does look like SUDOR is trying to hold some people out, but at this point, I think they just need to go as well.
Oh man, so many teams. In fact, like the whole lobby now just squeezing into Malta region. This is going to be such a tough one for these players to make their way on through. So you can see Zombies coming in. We got NASR in here. We got GUNZ in here. Everyone just trying to find a decent position. RTG also now just moving up in the distance there. And of course, well, Halmodi keeping a watchful eye on the side here of the players from Zombies. You can see Break right up in front of them. But NASR taking up a good position just over towards the eastern side. GSG now also moving up just on the side of the fields. We got YaLLa rotating in. We got the players from Real Tiger rotating in. And of course, now RICO Infinity, our chicken dinner winners of the past few matches. 2 already for today. Coming in, starting to take aim. With that, the players from RTG get eliminated. Now we wait to see who's going to be the next one up, as there's so many teams just spread so thinly, so highly congestedly in towards this Malta region.
Yep, this is going to be a hard one. Oh, we can even see Volt gets exploded out of his vehicle, but Jigsaw will be able to make it into that Wizard Tower, but I don't know if his teammate will be able to make it as well, as we can see Zombie Esports being super aggressive onto him, trying to take him out of that buggy, but it does look like, fortunately for him, he's just going to be able to drive a little bit further away before he's actually taken out by a Bolt there. So it looks like a lot of these teams making these hard rotations, only a few of them are going to survive, and honestly, that's what we already expected.
I would not be surprised if this is a very quick match. Just looking at how aggressively that zone had shifted up. I mean, almost all the teams have found their way in towards the zone. And now we're going to be seeing a lot of them just bumping heads as they all try to hold on for dear life. So you can see, of course, RICO Infinity, Ragnar right there on the roof, on top of the players here from YaLLa. Now moving up, getting a little bit cheeky. A good call to get down. You know, we see those utilities now getting sent on over. Fortunately for Ragnar, they kind of just overshot. But now, oh, up comes one through the window. Wow. But this looks almost like it's like a 5th phase, 6th phase zone.
It really does. I mean, it's basically is. There's not enough land whatsoever for all these teams to be playing on. Since it was half water, there just wasn't enough space. So even though it is now phase 3, it looks like it went ahead, shifted back up onto the land like it should in these situations. Now there's enough land for teams to play in, but first a bunch of these groups have to be taken out because there's not enough space for 13 teams still inside of this, especially with this terrain. Once again, super out in the open. All the people that sent into Malta need to move as well.
Oh, we're going to see wave after wave, barrage after barrage of shots just flying all across the map. And, of course, a few more heads finding its way into the side there of the players from RICO Infinity. YaLLa trying relentlessly to defend their compound. They want to try and flush out whatever presence the players here from RICO Infinity has in their compound, but of course now they're not going to be backing out of that one just yet. You can see so many more teams just a little bit further away up in the northeastern side starting to rotate in. The Zombies now coming under fire as GUNZ sends those grenades right up into the side of them. Of course, head after head, down they go. Zombies get eliminated. We are now down to 12 teams, waiting to see how these teams are going to try and squeeze into the zone. YaLLa also just there on the edge of the zone. RICO not letting them go just yet.
No, but looks like Ragnar still wants to be aggressive. He hears that vehicle and he tries to go for the peak. Obviously, you don't want to over peak though. There's still the majority of them still alive. But YaLLa realizing that they need to grab their vehicle out of there are in fact going to move it. And Alpha Legends, they're directly on the plateau above them. So they might be focusing on another team already on this other plateau down to the southern side. We can see HOTLINE Esports actually be eliminated. Multiple teams wanting to take that for themselves as well. But Ragnar, I mean, we already know that they're capable of getting kills. Right now they have 0, but let's see if Ragnar will be able to go and pull anything off here against YaLLa.
It's going to be a very hairy fight as all these teams are all just trying to squeeze on in. 11 teams remain. YaLLa still relentlessly trying to defend. You can see them now getting a little bit aggressive, moving up, trying to figure out exactly where Ragnar is. The shots now come in. 2 players send out Ragnar, managing to hold on, just escaping. A fatal play on the side there of YaLLa. But now you can see so many more teams have all moved into position. The rest of the players here from RICO Infinity now turning their attention onto the side of YaLLa. They want to get them. And of course, with that, we see Real Tiger 9 now getting eliminated. But things are not over just yet as the teams are going to keep trying and trying. Ragnar eventually getting taken out. But now Will YaLLa be able to make it up in towards zone? They are right on the edge. They are pinned down in their compound. We see the players there from RICO Infinity now. As you can see, NASR coming in with a few shots, sneaking them up. Trying to fish for the last few hits. They want the confirms. They want the wipe. They want those points. And as you've mentioned, we know they are capable of doing exactly that. Being absolutely lethal when it comes to their gameplay.
Yep, I mean, they're definitely continuing to be aggressive, taking a lot of shots as people trying to make these rotations out of here. Wait, I think Yemez may have just knocked himself there, but still 2 of them left. They both want to go on ahead and try and capitalize off of the rest of the YaLLa members that are just outside of this zone. They kind of have them pinched there. I don't know if they have another vehicle, but blue zone is definitely moving in, and their only cover is smoke. They're probably going to have to push onto that compound that RICO Infinity have, but no matter who comes out of that, they still have to make a move into this new zone. As we can see here, NASR Esports already inside of it on the very edge. They're going to have to deal with 2, maybe 3 teams coming in from Milta.
It's definitely going to be a very tough line for them to hold on. But of course, the players here from iKURD, they're also facing a very difficult obstacle to cross. They need to also try and find a way in towards the zone. Of course, now so many smokes getting deployed. As you can see, they're getting ready to try and rotate on in. A few more hits starting to come in. And now NASR keeping a very watchful eye on the edge of the zone. They know that there's only a few ways that those teams can try and rotate into. But of course, iKURD trying to put down as many smokes as they can to mask their rotation. But here we go now. Alpha also pushing further and further onwards in towards the zone. SUDOR now coming under a bit of damage there at the hand of GUNZ. Oh, Alpha just nearly chaos, nearly missing his teammate in the process. But with that, we see the players there, of course, from RICO Infinity coming under fire once again. iKURD getting rushed by the side of NASR. Up they come. Oh, wave after wave, hit after hit, finding its way on through. iKURD now sitting on only 2 remaining players. NASR also not looking too great. Also 2 players on their side. So this is a very neck-and-neck battle for these 2 teams as 9 now remain.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go and crash somewhere, and I had a feeling that one of the teams around the Milta area was going to be crashing onto NASR. They're the ones that are in the compound directly on the edge, so of course they're going to be interested in taking that, not knowing what happening in the rest of this zone. I mean, we can hear the fighting actually happening to the south of them, so it looks like the other 2 people from Milta are in a fight, but now they still have at least 2 people up, right? So they might be able to go on ahead and do something out of this. You can see them tossing out some smokes as well to potentially get the res onto their teammate. Gonna make this a little bit more even, but they're both still inside this compound, and obviously we know that that can't be for long.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the teams are going to continue to apply the pressure on it to that positioning. But of course, now the players here from Raad, as well as the team just down beside them, all trying to find a decent approach. So that, of course, being the players there from Alpha Legends. But now we return back on towards the side here of NASR and the players there from iKURD. We see Alpha now turning their attentions to the rotations coming in. So many hits. It is an absolutely brutal zone. Raad just having quite a bit of damage being done to the side of them. Falcons now just up ahead, as you can see. Munir trying to find those hits, but this is the play now. NASR getting hit. iKURD holding up that front gate, keeping them right as they try to push on in. But Nabor now trying to make a play, and down he goes. iKURD seals the deal, and off they go. NASR heading straight back up into the lobby. The zone, of course, now shifting up in towards the northwest once again. Alpha now just coming out of nowhere, just swooping in, finding those hits in towards these players who we have up in front of them. And this is now where things get super spicy. We are in the 5th phase, approaching the 6-1. RICO Infinity also getting eliminated. That means 7 teams left to fight for that chicken dinner.
And honestly, I still have no idea who's going to go on ahead and do really well in this game at this point. At this point, everybody has kind of been, you know, doing well for themselves, fighting on the very edges of these zones against each other. We do see that the zone once again shifted towards that big mountain where about 2 or 3 teams already reside. Meanwhile, everybody else that are currently out on the outskirts still fighting to make their way in. Rod, with 2 members of Alpha Legends directly in front of him, he's kind of just waiting, biding his time before he goes ahead and strikes, it seems.
I mean, this is all about timing. Once again, as you can see, Desha just held up behind the tree. Patiently keeping an eye there on the players from Alpha. And of course, now they're getting ahead as the shots fly into the side of Alpha. Desha still lying in wait. waiting in ambush to see if he can find those finishing blows into the side of Alpha, as we see the last team member now move on in, and he strikes. Gets the squad wipe. 1v3 play. What a beautiful performance that was. And Ra'ad, of course, really needing those points and getting it just kind of almost handed towards them. But now it is up to Desha to make the final play for the team. Will he be able to find a decent positioning within the zone? The shots now coming in already from the side there of Falcon. Oh, will that be enough though? Oh, Ra'ad gets it. The 5 teams now remain.
Wow, and yeah, we can even take a look at where everybody else currently inside the zone. One of them completely in the center. We have people down to the southern side, 2 teams up to the north, and then a solo off to their eastern side. So it does look like north, they're going to be aggressive onto each other right now. GSG kind of trying to get a little bit of advantage of them. They are able to go and use the side of that hill to get up on top here, but I think iKURD, their only way up on top of this hill is to potentially just fight for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle. I mean, but I'm so relieved to see the players here from GSG making it up into this late phase of the game. Coming in with a play we know they can play. Here we go. Of course, a really good start there. As you can see now, the players here from iKURD trying to hold on. SUDOR gets eliminated in the meanwhile. 4 teams. So GSG makes it up into the top 4. I am so proud of GSG seeing a beautiful comeback. But of course, iKURD still up alongside them, still applying that pressure, being the thorn in the side of GSG. And of course, that zone shifting down over towards the east once again just adds that extra level of complexity to these rotations.
Yeah, but it looks like GUNZ, I mean, they're able to go and grab basically the entire center zone. We can even see that they have a little bit of a crate. GSG trying to be a little bit snaky, sneaking on up there to see if they can get a spot inside. But before they're able to do that, they have to take out Falcon Esports, honestly. We can see that Damar, he's the last one up for Falcons. And he's prepping a nade. Honestly, GSG, they're all so close together. This nade could go on ahead and take them all out. Let's see if it's going to land, though. Oh, unfortunately, not even doing a lot of damage to the one that's closest to him currently.
But the players there from GUNZ, of course, now they can hear those nades. Oh, Damar finds a beautiful knock. 2 players from GSG now up at it, and they run into the next one. What? Damar, what are you doing, my guy? That is just insane. What a phenomenal shot. Osama now the last remaining player for GSG, and they all get eliminated, getting sent right on back into PUBG heaven, which is of course the lobby. But now 3 teams remain. It is GUNZ, it is iKURD, it is Falcons left to fight it out. We will be seeing who's going to be the team to claim the final chicken dinner of the day. Will it be the players from GUNZ? Will it be Falcon? Will it be iKURD? It can go either which way.
I mean, one of these teams is a team that you mentioned that you wanted to see win, so kind of hoping to see what happens with them. But currently 3 members of GUNZ are still alive, taking the top side of this hill. iKURD, they still have all 4 members up. They're kind of stuck on the northern side. You can see that they're all proned out. It's kind of GUNZ that have the advantage. They can kind of peek over this ridge and spot them out first, but they're obviously playing this very patiently, waiting for them to show themselves first. And Falcons, I mean, he's the solo over on the side. He's obviously not going to want the start. He doesn't want to start the fight, basically. So whoever starts the first fighting here, the third party, they're instantly going to go on ahead and push off of this.
He might not start the fight, but he might maybe start the fire or get a little bit of action going on there. As the players from Falcons, they're currently sitting in pole position overall. I mean, they can just take it easy. They don't need to be too stressed. But of course, they are still also playing for that chicken dinner. So at the end of the day, you know, it is still a very important fight. As you can see, of course, we are sitting here with 8 players remaining. 4 players for the side of iKURD, 3 players for the side of GUNZ, and of course 1 player left for the side there of the Falcons. So I'm waiting to see who's going to be the first person to budge. Who's going to be the first one to open their sight and start laying down the fire. Everyone just huddled up on this mound. Oh, and there we go.
Wow.
Lord sending those shots into the side there of iKURD, starting the fight. The first knock coming on through. This is now where the players are gonna get into the action. Rawan trying to just flank up the edge. Raouf also taking position in the vehicle. Down goes, oh, so many of the iKURD players. GUNZ just moving in so strong. Still 3 players remaining, not suffering any casualties. But of course, there we go. iKURD, Helm End, sending that shot in. Falcons get eliminated. It is iKURD up against the side of GUNZ, and GUNZ come in, swooping in with that chicken dinner to finish off that match. What a play that was for them.
That really was, wow. They ended up playing that nice and patiently, exactly how they needed to play, and then because of the blue zone, everybody had to come to them, and that was a really nice hold coming out from them, being able to spot everybody through the grass as well.
Yeah, 100% agree. And of course, we'll get into a breakdown of this match right after the break, so stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. Wow, what a phenomenal way to end the last match of day 2 of our first super weekend for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming in there from the side of GUNZ Esports and iKURD. Such a tough fight. And of course the players there from Falcons coming in with a strong performance as well. But of course we've got our standings after this match. So let's jump on in and look what we have.
It looks like GUNZ Esports being able to pick up their first winner chicken dinner gets 15 placement points, 12 kill points for a total of 27 points. iKURD Esports coming in second, 5 kill points with 17, actually tied in terms of total points with Falcon Esports also with 17. We can see GSG being able to grab that 4th place position with a total of 13 placements points. SUDOR and Alpha each getting 11 because Alpha Legends were able to pick up 9 kills this game, the second most kills. Raad in 7th with a total of 9 points, and NASR Esports in 8th with a total of 4 points.
I'm really liking that match ranking to see the teams, of course, moving up. But as well, speaking about moving on, we get into the second half of that standings. You can see the players here from RTG, of course, finishing up in 9th place there on 4 points, only getting those points from the kills they were able to bring in. YaLLa Esports, of course, sitting on 10th place with 2 points. We got Flair Loyal over in 11th on 2. Then we have RICO, Infinity. We got Real Tiger 9 players there from HOTLINE Esports, as well as Zombies with 1 point apiece. That, of course, being 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th place. And sadly, the players there from the sites not being awarded any points in the last match.
No, I mean, that could, go on ahead and be a part of. Well, they ended up getting in a super early fight. You actually pointed out at the very beginning, hey, they're not going to their usual spot, going all the way into military base. Instead, they went to that crossroad position directly underneath that eastern bridge. And because of that, the team that usually drops ended up pushing towards them. So they ended up being taken out really early on.
And then, of course, here we go into our damage that these players have gotten themselves into. GUNZ coming in there on their 12 kills, 2300 damage. We got the players there from iKURD on 5 kills, 1600 damage. Then, of course, well, we've got a very strong spread across the board. As we can see, the players now just coming in, bringing in those points. The players, in fact, I believe they're, just such an insane amount of damage just spread out. I do have to say, though, the players from GUNZ, they were coming in with a really damage-heavy play. But also, I mean, 12 kills, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to go and grab that southern side of the hill at that very last zone and protect it from there. And I think that was a really strong position for them. And I mean, that zone was difficult. I mean, we already talked about it with the entire time. I felt like that game happened so fast because since it shifted onto that majority water, the zone was just immediately way too small for the majority of these teams. So there's a lot of early fighting. So all those teams that are able to find themselves a position towards the center of that water zone early on, they ended up being able to kind of preserve themselves, stay alive, and wait for the very end fighting.
Yeah, and I definitely believe that that aggressive shift that we had, that was legitimately the turning point in the match. The teams that already had a decent position already leading into that, they were able to capitalize, off of that positioning and just try and improve their points, of course. But, we also have a few stats just to add on to the story that we are building. And, of course, this is our MVP. They're coming in for the side of GUNZ, Mr. Freak. As you can see, an absolute freak performance. They're coming in with 733 damage, as well as the 4 kills. I believe that he was able to bring into that. So some really strong stuff coming in there. So now also, a nice 243 on the assist. So good to see that teamwork coming in. As they say, teamwork makes the dream work. And that is really what we're seeing coming in for the teams. But one team I need to point out, though, right? Which I gotta say I'm proud of, is the players from Arab GSG. I was asking for them to perform. I was asking for them to come on in, and they 100% delivered. They made it all the way up in towards 4th place, ending their game on 5 kills. So yeah, really satisfied with that performance coming in from the side of GSG.
Yeah, nice 13 points for them. Not taken out early, like in the few games that we saw earlier today. And I mean, also another team that you ended up pointing out that you wanted to see going ahead and win the game is the team that won the game. So a nice guess, I guess we'll say, for both of those sides. You wanted GSG to do well. You wanted GUNZ Esports to win that game. Both of those things happened. It's almost as if you could see to the future. Instead of a caster curse, it was like a caster prophecy in this case.
I am not at liberty to say. I can neither deny nor confirm any of the aforementioned statements.
Gotcha.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
It's just a good guess, I guess. You know, it was just a good guess. But yeah, I'm really also pleased and well done to GUNZ for bringing in bringing in their first chicken dinner. So they've already been able, as we saw, to move in to, I believe it was 4th place. No, sorry, it was 5th place at the end of the previous match, at match 4. And now with match 5, just coming in, adding that 1 on to their name, claiming that lovely $965 for that chicken dinner. I mean, I'm so pleased to see the teams, you know, showing their power, showing that they are able to come out of nowhere and just bring in these absolutely phenomenal performances.
I mean, I want to see what happens to the overall now, because honestly, those top few teams, they were all pretty close. And now that the one team, they were the highest team without a chicken dinner so far, they've gotten a chicken dinner. How much further is that going to go on ahead and catapult them? What does it look like now? Where are those other teams with the 2 chicken dinners so far? We ended up seeing some of them being taken out quite early in this last match as well. I have a feeling that everybody is quite neck and neck in terms of the top total points. So what is going to happen tomorrow to set us up for the completion of our first super weekend is kind of what I'm gathering this all up on top of.
Well, I can tell you it's going to be pretty tight, especially in tomorrow's games. I'm expecting these teams to really step on up and just bring in their A-class performance. But of course, we've got a few more stats to go through just to have a look at, and as well as you can see now, the players here from iKURD, you know, we've got a nice breakdown of, again, how they've been performing as well, how they've been going at it. They did come into that 2nd position in the previous match, and what a change up indeed that we are seeing. What an improvement we have on those stats across the board.
Yeah, it does look like they have now found themselves with a lot more kill points. I mean, they still end up picking up more placement points than compared to their kill points, but still being able to pull themselves up the leaderboard and improve. That's always obviously a really nice thing to see. And I wonder where that's going to go ahead and throw them into. But those stats, yeah, once again, a nice improvement, as you already said, DK.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what that overall leaderboard looks like. I mean, we've seen a lot of back and forth coming in from the teams. Some teams, you know, really playing a very dominant game, bringing in a super aggressive charge as they move through the game, just raking the move, and especially the players from RICO Infinity that we've seen today, bringing in 2 chicken dinners. The first one with 13 kills, or the first one with 11 kills, the second one with 13 kills. So that's already just 24 kills that they've been able to bring in today alone, just from those 2 matches. That's not even taking into account their performances in the other 3. So some really impressive gameplays that we've had across the board from all the teams. And of course, you know, we had GUNZ coming in with their chicken dinner in this final game. We had RICO Infinity in the one before. We had Zombies in our Sanhok map. We had the players from RICO Infinity, you know, with their double chicken dinner on Miramar. And of course, Zombies also. Yeah, Zombies also having 2 chicken dinners today. I just realized that. Erangel and Sanhok. Wow, so 2 teams, essentially 2 teams, just bringing in those chicken dinners in our first 4 games. And then, of course, we had the players there from GUNZ. You know, they just had to sneak on in and, you know, just steal that chicken dinner away. So, some really spicy action that we had across all the maps here today.
Yeah, that's why I kind of mentioned, like, before this last game, I was like, there's a few teams that have definitely caught my eye just in today's 4 games, because that was before we ended up watching that last one, and that is specifically GUNZ Esports now, after that last game, actually, RICO Infinity for being able to go on ahead and do so well, jumping up from lower on the leaderboard. Zombies Esports coming in from 11th place, now ending in a place that we'll mention in a few seconds, and a bunch of, same with NASR actually as well, being able to go on ahead and have a little bit of a comeback, being able to pull themselves up from where they were at the start of today's games. So those few teams and the plays that we saw them be able to perform in all of those games today, they were pretty impressive.
So one thing that I'm also quite interested in seeing is just exactly how this will translate into the coming matches. You know, the games that we still have in the rest of the Super Weekend, you know, all the games tomorrow, as well as then moving on through the rest of the, you know, the PUBG Mobile Pro League. As they progress on through, how the story is going to start building from that, because they've already started off this first Super Weekend really, really strong, and they're only up. So I'm quite keen to see just how far up these teams are going to be making their way on through these remaining days.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of curious at what happens over the course of this, right? Are there going to be a few teams that are going to be able to go on ahead and pull ahead from the rest of the pack, or is everybody going to slowly figure each other out, kind of be consistent, or are some of the teams currently lower end of the board going to actually get used to their surroundings of the teams that they're playing with and completely exceed our current expectations and jump up to the top of the leaderboard? I'm kind of curious to see what goes on ahead and develops. But let's also go ahead and take a look at our map winners of today before we do those last final leaderboard. We can see that our first game on Erangel went to GUNZ Esports with a total of 234 damage, I believe, 12 kills. And second is RICO Infinity team for winning Miramar, 777-13. We can see there with the pink text, meaning they got the max from all the games so far. Zombie Esports actually ends up winning Sanhok and Erangel. And of course, RICO Infinity team also taking that second Miramar as well, as we already said. So there's two sets of teams that took their 2 chickens today.
Yeah, some really strong performances across the board from these 3 teams. So yeah, I'm so excited to see what the remaining days are going to be bringing. But of course, you know, eventually we're going to get into our overall standings just to see what that board looks like. That is what we are waiting for. That is what all this build-up is heading towards. You know, it's like we're getting there. We're getting there. Now we've had a few teasers showing who the winners of today was. You know, like, we saw that coming in. Of course, as mentioned, you know, we had the players from Zombies coming in with beautiful performances, GUNZ coming in with beautiful performances, and, you know, it's all gonna come to
RICO
a point,
Infinity
especially...
too.
Yeah, I was getting to that one, but yes, you are right. You know, those are our 5 matches and our 3 winning teams. So aside from bringing in some strong points, also they get rewarded with, you know, the lovely winner chicken dinner prize. You know, the $965 per chicken dinner. So 2 of those 3 teams coming in with a double whammy. But of course, you know, we also need to look at who our top players were in today's games. And of course, as you can see there, we've got on the side of GUNZ, we've got Hamodi, we've got for Alpha Legends rather, we've got Chaos, we've got the players coming in there for Rauf as well, again for GUNZ. Then for RICO Infinity, we've got NASR. And for the side of Zombies, we've got Saleh. So seeing Saleh up there is no surprise. We've seen him in the qualifying days, you know, being the MVP across. So we were kind of expecting him to be up here. But it's great to see more teams, more players stepping up to the plate, starting to feature, getting in there, showing us what it is they can do. And yeah, I am so excited to see how the teams, of course, then, you know, progress through the final 5 games tomorrow.
Well, I'm interested to keep an eye on. Like, we saw that MVP list now. I want to go ahead and, you know, cash that in your brain, because there is an actual MVP award for finals. So if all these players continue to play in the same way, one of those players could end up being our MVP that wins that award. So you kind of have to keep that in mind. That's something to look forward to once we move into the finals. But it's finally the time that we've all been waiting for. Let's go ahead and take a look at those overall standings that we've been oh so impatiently waiting for. Falcon Esports, as we can see there, now grabbing first place. They were able to go ahead and hold that with a total of 137. GUNZ Esport, after that last win, actually pulls them up into second place with a total of 127 points. RICO Infinity team also pulling themselves up 3 places, now in third place with 117. Alpha Legends now finding themselves in 4th, 114. Zombie Esports in 5th with 109. NASR Esports with 86. iKURD with 78. RGG was 78 as well. Take a look at what ended up happening with the pattern in terms of winner chicken dinners as well. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
Yeah, they all want to. They all want to. That is what they want to do, is get in those chicken dinners. And of course, pretty much all our chicken dinner winners are sitting up in those top 6 places. So just doing a quick bit of math here. Oh, yeah, there we go. I thought we were missing one, and that, of course, is Raad sitting over in 9th place there on 64 points. YaLLa Esports over in 10th place on 51. We got SUDOR in 11th on 50, dropping down 10 points. From that, we get into HOTLINE Esports in 12th place on 40 points. Arab GSG sitting in 13th on 38. We got Real Tiger 9 sitting in 14th place on 36. The SCYTES in 15th on 35 points. And then, of course, the players there from Flair Loyal Team on 33 points in last position. So it's a good to see the players there from Arab GSG, as I've mentioned. You know, I'm proud of their performance in the last match, being able to move themselves out from 16th place all the way up into a much more fitting spot, I guess. Well, 13th place is not it's not the best place, but still it is a really good one. You know, seeing them stepping in, bringing that performance. But now, looking at the front part of the leaderboard, you know, coming into match 4, we had the players from Falcons sitting up in pole position, and they've managed to hold on. In second place, we had RICO Infinity. They've then been moved down to 3rd place, with the players there from GUNZ popping into 2nd. Then, of course, we had the players from Alpha in 4th, and they stayed in 4th place. But the other change was the players from the Zombies. They were in 3rd, and they got moved down to 5th place. So a nice little bit of a disruption coming in there from the team. So if that is the level of disruption that we're going to be seeing in these Super Weekend days, I can only imagine what is going to be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like some of these teams, while some of them are consistent, some of them are lacking either in placement points or kill points. So it'd be interesting to see if they're going to go on ahead and be able to figure that out for themselves and start gaining in the points that they're lacking on. But also, I mean, all of these points at the top are so close. So I'm kind of curious to see who's going to go on ahead and change how they play to quote unquote, you know, quote unquote win the Super Weekend, you know, see who's going to go on ahead and end up in those top few spots for tomorrow, because we have 5 more games tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you'll also be able to catch all those games being casted by the ever lovely Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan, as they are back on the plate again tomorrow. So yeah, quite an exciting day, I guess, that is lined up there for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Reminder, it's same place, same time, same casters that you guys have seen before. I mean, I'm looking forward. I'm going to be here. And just like continuing just talking about what people have. I kind of talked about, you know, like what teams I'm going to keep an eye out to see what they change. I'm gonna call one of them out because I want to see them be able to do something. One of them is Zombie Esports, currently with less placement points than kill points. I kind of want to see if they're going to go ahead and be able to turn it around. I want to see them and a few of these other teams going ahead and change them up, because even Falcon Esports, they have a lot more placement points than kill points. Are they going to start balancing those out?
Yeah, definitely is. But of course, on that, we're going to jump into our quick daily recap. So that's going to be the end here for us for today. Be sure to join in tomorrow with Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan. But from our side, guys, have a fantastic evening and see you in the next one.